Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell. You'll get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And when I'm not asking Bruce, hey, how big was Batista's? Well, you know. One of the things I like to do is help people save money. And if you're watching this video right now and you're in a 30-year loan, man, you're overpaying your single biggest bill and you may not even realize it. I want you to do a little experiment for me. Take your calculator out, multiply your monthly house payment by 360 payments. That's how many payments there are in a 30-year loan. That big scary number, that's your total of payments. You're looking at that number? You know you can do better. Keep more of your own money right now and go to savewithconrad.com. Or maybe you've got credit card debt. Man, it's not a matter of if I can save you money with that. Your average interest rate on a credit card is more than 20%. And by the way, all the interest you pay on those credit cards, it's not tax deductible. Whereas the mortgage interest, well, that is tax deductible. So if you owe this debt, it's up to you how to pay it back. Doesn't it make sense to get the cheapest rate possible and the greatest tax deduction possible? Find out how much money you can save right now for free at savewithconrad.com. You don't need perfect credit. Even scores in the 500s can be approved, and it's no cost out of pocket. But maybe best of all, we're licensed in more than 40 states. We can help more families than ever before. But how much can we save you? Find out right now for free with a quick quote from savewithconrad.com.
Welcome to Something To Wrestle with.
Something to wrestle with.
Bruce Prichard.
Well, you know.
That's not a rib.
She pooted.
She booted.
What a rib?
No, yeah, amigo.
There's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo. I don't deal in rumor and innuendo.
And was he there?
I was there.
Say something about
I don't give a shit. I ain't scared.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
You, Bruce.
I love you take the cheese. Double cheeseburger. You take the bread. Double cheese. Well, you know. And then double mayo. You know, it's called chicken salad. Double onion, motherfucker.
You're nothing but an egg-sucking dog.
Throw it in your Google machine.
Goddamn, kid. God damn it. What the hell show you got there? I need more. Ooh, yeah.
What say you?
Pronouns, pal.
And now, something to wrestle with. Con Bruce Prichard.
The second most recognizable athlete in the entire world today.
Conrad Thompson.
What happened when? What would Vince say about that?
Well, hey, Vince. To the my shorts look good tonight. Yeah. They're so big. Yeah. Let's go.
Bullshit.
Welcome to Wrestle.
Hello, this is Paul Bromwell welcoming you to Something to Wrestle. Bruce Prichard. And don't worry, I won't be recording the whole show this week. Conrad is enjoying vacation. As you may have heard at the end of last week's episode, he is away this week. And we thought we'd bring you the best of Undertaker from 95 through 1997. This episode originally aired almost 200 episodes ago. And we wanted to continue with the Undertaker theme. Obviously, last week, Bruce and Conrad talked Undertaker 1998. When Conrad returns, they're going Undertaker 99. So we're going to stick with that theme. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Conrad Thompson.
All right, Bruce, it's time for what everybody's really here for. What happened when? The Undertaker ran roughshod over the World Wrestling Federation from 1995 to 1997. And I got to say, I've been looking forward to covering this because I feel like it's the most interesting 3 years a guy can have. I mean, these years cannot be any different. And heading into 95, it could be argued that The Undertaker is sort of floundering a little bit. To close out 94, he defeated Yokozuna in a casket match at Survivor Series, but then he's working the house show loop with the IRS. Why did you guys put these two together?
Well, there's only two things that are really for sure in this world: death and taxes.
Oh, gosh.
But that was it. That was Vince's whole pitch, and he felt that those are the only two things that you would really count on. So put those two guys together, and death is always going to win out.
You guys were promoting autograph sessions with The Undertaker and Paul Bearer during this time, and he was a babyface. But I've always found it interesting that he would do, and in my notes I found January 15th, 1995, he was at Hofstra University on Long Island at 11 a.m., and they charged $5 to get in, and then autographs were $10. What was the Undertaker's protocol for interacting with fans when we're still sort of deeper into kayfabe territory in January of 95?
You know, he pretty much stayed in character back in those days. And when you would have like younger kids that would come up and they would be so damn scared of the Undertaker looking at him, you know, he would let them in a little bit and crack a smile and let them know that it was okay. But as only Undertaker could, still in character.
It was in a lot of the dirt sheets at the time that Vince McMahon was trying to get a lot of the roster to make an appearance on the Baywatch program, which was syndicated. And I think a lot of people sort of poke fun at in hindsight, but maybe they don't really understand how big of a show that was worldwide. You know, they were big domestically, but internationally, it was a dynamite program with unbelievable numbers, and it made Hasselhoff a millionaire many, many, many times over. But ultimately, the dirt sheets would say that Baywatch turned you guys down and instead wound up doing a deal with WCW. How do you remember that going down?
Well, Baywatch actually approached us in the beginning for our talent to be on the show. And I think eventually what kind of turned them off and said, okay, you know, maybe we won't, was Vince liked to control everything. And Vince didn't put a lot of demands, but yeah, he put a lot of demands on them that, okay, we want script approval. We want to be portrayed this way. We don't want to do this. We'll do that. And at the end of the day, you're dealing with the number one syndicated program in the world. And at the time, Baywatch could do the dictating. And we were in a position where we felt that if you're going to use our talent, that we have to have final approval, and just kind of broke down at that point.
Undertaker is working Tatanka and going over on all the house shows as we lead to Royal Rumble 95, which goes down on January 22nd in Tampa, Florida. About 10,000 folks are there to see the Undertaker take on IRS. Ultimately, Meltzer would only give the match a 1.25 stars when Undertaker wins after a chokeslam. But during the match, Ted DiBiase had a couple of cloaked druids come down and start interfering in the match. What do you remember about this druid association with the Undertaker? Whose idea was that? Who pitches it? Who are these two druids? What can you smarten us up about?
I don't remember who the hell the druids were. They're probably just a couple of extras from Florida. But the idea for the druids, everything with Druid and the Undertaker, was this vision that Vince always had, that if there was anybody that was going to be associated with the Undertaker, that they would be this dark, mysterious, you know, being. They couldn't really have identities. And DiBiase, being the heel, well, shit, he found heel druids to come down and steal the Undertaker's urn, because you think if they're a druid, then they got to be friends with the Undertaker because they're dark and they're mysterious.
After the match, King Kong Bundy comes down and IRS manages to steal the urn from Paul Bearer. So now that the Undertaker has seemingly lost the magic of the urn, he's susceptible, and Bundy leaves him laying after an elbow drop and a knee drop and a splash. And this sort of sets up King Kong Bundy versus the Undertaker at WrestleMania 11. And I know Bundy was a big star back in the mid 80s. I mean, he headlined at WrestleMania 2 against Hulk Hogan. But at this point, who booked this shit?
Well, I'll be in the guilty party here as well. You know, I was always a big fan of King Kong Bundy, and it's going all the way back to the time that Bundy was in the Mid-South and stuff. Bundy was a hell of a talent in his day, and he had a hell of a run. Unfortunately, at this time, I think Chris's day had kind of passed him by. Vince was also, you know, somewhat of a fan of Bundy. We were looking for big guys for Undertaker to work with. So the idea, unfortunately, sight unseen, before Bundy had come back and worked a few matches, we took it at face value and thought, well, we got King Kong Bundy coming back in. He can slide right in on top and work with Undertaker, and you've got a program, you know, ready-made, two big monsters going after each other. Didn't exactly work out.
The next night on Raw, IRS was carrying the Undertaker's urn, and Vince was on commentary saying that he repossessed it the night before at the Royal Rumble. And after the show was over, Undertaker beat Bundy in what Meltzer called an awful 2 minutes. When did you guys sort of recognize that, man, these matches are not what we hoped they would be?
We chalked up the first few outings with them to is ring rust. You know, it's just like, okay, Bundy's got to get back in the ring. They've got to feel each other out, and you know, maybe it'll be better on down the line. And it just never got any better. The Undertaker, and then we'll get to it here in a minute when we start talking about WrestleMania, but it was one of those programs that Undertaker never forgave us for.
Meltzer reported on the NATPE convention that happened in Vegas at the end of January, and here's what he wrote. Titan flew bigwigs like McMahon, Diesel, Undertaker, and Jim Ross in from Florida on the red eye after the Raw taping Monday night, and they were in Vegas on Tuesday afternoon. According to those who were there, when Diesel was walking around, he did turn heads because he was in costume and his size, but nobody knew who he was. WCW had much larger crowds to their Turner booth with both Hogan and Savage, who everyone knew. Bischoff gave a speech where he talked about WCW as being where the stars are now and knocked the WWF, saying that their mid-card cast-offs like Diesel are now world champions in the WWF. Some WCW officials were openly talking about smoking Titan at the convention. There were no lines for autographs of Diesel, Undertaker, or McMahon, but there were huge lines for Savage and long lines for Hogan. By Thursday afternoon, when the foot traffic was down, Ross and Shane McMahon were in the Titan booth with the Bushwhackers and Mr. Fuji looking like Maytag repairmen, while the crowds flocked around the booth where the Blade Warriors did skating exhibitions just a few feet away. WWF is still far and away number one in the United States, but they certainly don't look like it in a venue that used to be one of the feature attractions for them. What do you remember about this NATPE convention and Hogan and Savage sort of decimating you guys here? Because this is something that Turner would have taken a big interest in since he was more of a television company as opposed to a wrestling company, right?
Well, I don't know that they decimated us. Definitely, without a doubt, Hulk had a crowd. He's Hulk Hogan and made his name in the WWF, so he better have a damn line. He better have a crowd. They were capitalizing off of the stars that we made. So yeah, they definitely drew, and they had big crowds. We had good crowds as well. It was a different time. This was a deal that, you know, and I'm hesitant about even sharing this story because I've never shared the story before, and I only share it because Vince had shared it publicly a little while ago. On our way to NATPE, and it was myself and Vince and Pat Patterson, and we were flying in. We had done TV and we were going in, and Vince posed a question. It was like, what if I walked right into Turner's booth and Hogan attacked me? What if we got into a fight and the whole damn thing got destroyed? And what if we recorded the whole damn thing? And I'm like, well, that's a big what if. I don't know that Hogan would attack Vince. I don't know that, there's a lot of what ifs there. And in Vince's mind, Vince was thinking of stunting and trying to take a lot of the luster away from Hogan, of basically barging in to their booth and creating a ruckus that would have everybody reporting about, Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan getting into an altercation at NATPE. And best to my knowledge, I'm the only person that he confided in. And I had no idea what Vince was going to do. And I remember we went out and we had drinks, and then it was a group of us, and Jim Ross was there, and Pat was there, and there were quite a few people there. And I remember Vince and I going off and walking off by ourselves. And I said, man, are you really going to do something? I just need to know. I just, I have to know what the hell to do if something happens. And, crazy thoughts go through your head because Vince can be a wild man at times, and you never know what the hell he's going to do. And I remember him just saying, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And I'm thinking to myself, you can't, we'll see. You're either going to do something or you're not. And I remember going to NATPE and finding out, when Hulk was going to appear and when he was going to be there, if we were even going to be at the convention at that time. And, right up until the moment, he was like, no, I don't want to see him. And that was it. But the shit that goes through your mind and the things that we'll go in and we'll destroy their booth. We'll get in a big fight and everybody will have to cover it. It's those what if moments that you kind of sit there and scratch your head and think, man, what if something like that had happened? What if, he had gone into the booth and shit just broke down completely? It's just crazy thoughts. But that weighed on my mind forever, just thinking about what could have happened, what could have been.
So did you have any follow-up conversation with him about why he decided not to do it?
I was thankful that he didn't. Now, keep in mind too, I also had a handheld camera, a camcorder, like one of those Palm gimmicks.
Yeah.
I had that at the ready. I was going to shoot whatever was going to happen. If there was going to be something happen, if Vince was going to go in and say hello to Hulk, or Hulk was going to come out, I was going to get it on video. I had it. I had a camera, and I was ready, as Pedro Morales used to say, for any kind of action. Deep down, I was so relieved that nothing happened that I just left it alone. And no shit, probably, and it would have been about 10 years ago, because I was obviously still there, Vince brought it up in front of a group of people. And I was like, wow, I had been sworn to secrecy for all those years, and then, it all came out. And it was a big weight off my shoulders even then to think. It just was one of those crazy people that are around him a lot that he would confide in. He'll throw crazy things out there sometimes. I think sometimes it was just a test to see what I would say. Yeah, that's a great idea, Vince. Let's go in and do it. And then think, he's a goof. Or not. I just kind of listened and went, what do you want me to do?
I mean, it would have gotten headlines everywhere had Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon gotten in a fight, and it would have been the most genius thing ever for Vince to pretend as if Hogan had struck him or something, and Vince just starts selling. It's not like everybody's filming it at that time, and if you got the right angle, you could make it look like whatever, right?
Well, yeah, and I'm the only one that would have had a camera, at that time, so whatever footage would have gotten out, unless there happened to be other news media or people in the booth at the time, whatever would have got out would have been our footage. So definitely could have controlled the narrative and could have done whatever we wanted. But boy, that's just a relief of going, oh shit. Thank God it didn't happen.
It does go to speak to...
the build up to it is absolutely nerve wracking.
It does speak to the desperate. I get it. It's a wrestling podcast, but he's saving us money on our mortgage. Do you really trust this process? The reviews don't lie. 5-star review after 5-star review. We make it fast, we make it easy, and it's no cost or obligation. Give us a shot to earn your business. I'm telling you, you'll be glad you did, especially if you like keeping more of your own money. You don't need perfect credit or money out of your pocket, so what are you waiting for? Hurry to savewithconrad.com. State that Vince McMahon felt he and his company were in for him to even have to consider suggesting something like that, does it not?
Well, I think, it was, I don't know if it was desperation as much as it was hurt and anger. You know what I mean? That he was at that point where it's like Hogan did what Hogan said he would never do. Hogan said, I'll never work against you and all that other stuff. But, Hulk made a business decision. What was right for him and his family. And Vince took it personal and he was pissed. And it's just, to me, it goes to show you what, somebody who gets pissed off enough, what goes through their mind and what they're willing to possibly think of and do.
Help me understand right here, though. Hogan said, I'll never work against you. When do you remember that conversation being had?
Well, I think that was something that was just kind of in between Vince and Hulk. that Hulk always assured Vince, no matter what, I'd never go against you.
It's
but again, you have to understand, when he said that, I'm sure it was during a time early on where there was no place else to go.
Right.
Where's he going to go? What's he going to do? Now the game's changed. Ted Turner's bought in. Ted Turner's spending big money. Now there is another place to go. It's easy to say that, and there's no place to go. But now all of a sudden, the game changed. Now there's some place to go. And there's somebody willing to pay him the kind of money he was making. So shit, why not?
I found an interesting note here in the Observer. Gary Plummer of the 49ers was a guest on a radio show in early February. And he said that Vince McMahon offered him $30,000 to wear a WWF hat and say he was going to WrestleMania on camera, but he turned the deal down. But he didn't say why. And of course, we're referencing in the Super Bowl celebration the old I'm going to Disneyland or I'm going to Disney World, which was a campaign that was very, very popular once upon a time and really became a staple. And I guess Ken Norton Jr. accepted the deal instead. Who came up with this idea of Vince sort of leveraging the monumental coverage of the Super Bowl and turning it into an opportunity to pay a guy to plug his stuff?
Well, we were going into WrestleMania 11 where we had LT, and LT had retired the year before, and so it was kind of a football theme, and we were looking to capitalize around everything that we could, football-oriented, going into that. And it was something that Disneyland always did. That was their commercial, man. Hey, Ken Norton, you just won the Super Bowl. What are you going to do now? I'm going to go to Disneyland. Well, fuck that. Say I'm going to go to WrestleMania. So we were already putting feelers out for people that could be in the corner of LT at WrestleMania. So it was it was a package deal. And I don't think it was anywhere near $30,000, but it was probably a decent chunk of change for guys to do it. We had our cameras there. We had our people there that network our own handheld cameramen. We had them that they knew exactly who to go to. They had the hat. They had everything. Hey, do it. And there were I think there were 2 or 3 of them that did it. But I know Ken did it for sure.
In early February, Shawn Michaels, who had been doing some commentary on Raw, announced that he was giving up his duties, and next week he would be back and reveal who his new bodyguard was going to be. And that got Meltzer sort of guessing that maybe this was an opportunity for Ventura to come in. He says, the timing of Ventura headed in seems right, since if it came any sooner, he'd be violating the WCW deal he made, which paid him right around $5,000 per week, which expires near March 1st. He's just been sitting at home in the meantime. Now, of course, we should remind you that Jesse Ventura had won an $809,000 judgment for mostly royalties on videotapes where he did the announcing and he says he wasn't compensated. But instead of coming in, like David suggested, Ventura goes and files another lawsuit, this time asking for $254,000 in interest that had been accrued since he had won the award. When do you remember Ventura being a conversation about suing for the royalties, maybe being brought back, suing for the interest? What was the relationship like during this time with Vince, Jesse, and the WWF?
Not good. And Meltzer has it wrong, but Jesse's deal with WCW was coming up. Jesse, through his agents and attorneys, had reached out to us and said, hey, Jesse's deal is coming up. Are you guys interested in bringing him back in as a color commentator? Vince asked, floated that out there, but ultimately it was Vince who was like, no, I'm not bringing Jesse back after the lawsuit and everything. And Vince wasn't interested, but then that's when Jesse went back in and filed for the interest and everything else. But Jesse had sent feelers out. That part's true. We didn't go the other way. He sent it out. We talked about it. And Vince ultimately made the decision that he wasn't interested in bringing Jesse back.
Did Vince pay the $809,000?
I know we lost. I don't know who the hell paid it, but I think Jesse got the money or got a good chunk of it.
But probably a big portion from Coliseum and a portion from WWF, right?
I honestly, I really and truly don't know. I don't know how that was, but I'm pretty sure Jesse got all of his money or damn near a huge percentage of it, because they didn't overturn it.
On the March 6th edition of Raw, they show a video clip of Paul Bearer and Mr. Fuji, who are in a police interrogation room, and the cop is accusing him of doing something to Yokozuna. And the camera pulls back with Paul saying he hadn't done anything wrong. And they showed that he was wearing a blonde wig and women's clothes. The Undertaker's gong sounds, and the lights go off. And when they come back on, Mr. Fuji is now wearing the wig and the ladies' clothes. And they come back from this bit and Vince is smiling and laughing, hamming it up. Who booked this shit?
That was part of our promotion just for WrestleMania overall, and it was just kind of goofy. We did it with a lot of people. Oh, me! I didn't do anything wrong. But it was just kind of goofy bits that we put everybody in.
He starts working. Goofy. Undertaker's working with Bam Bigelow on all the house show loops at this time, but I don't think they ever really had a big angle. That seems like a natural fit. Why was Bundy the guy and not Bam Bam?
Well, because we were going with Bam Bam and Lawrence Taylor at the time. So, Bam Bam was on his way, kind of last heel run with LT at WrestleMania. And then after that, the plan was to turn Bam Bam babyface. So timing wise, it just really never worked out. And frankly, before we saw Bundy and before he got in the ring, we realized there's no chemistry there. We kind of had high hopes for that angle sight unseen. And that's where we were going.
The Steve McMichael angle that happened with the World Wrestling Federation aired on March 19th. And Meltzer wrote, it was much better live because McMichael, who was a Burt Prentice lookalike, came off so arrogant and obnoxious during the color commentary that it largely turned Kama into the babyface. I think a lot of fans have probably forgot about this because several months later, we would see McMichael show up on Nitro as one of the permanent commentators and then a horseman, and he was off to the races. But you guys had him first. What are your memories of doing stuff with Steve McMichael?
Well, Steve was one of the guys along Ken Norton and Spielman and some other guys that had come in and were going to be a part of LT's entourage to combat Bam Bam Bigelow and Ted DiBiase and their, the $1 million entourage over on that side. So we had brought in some guys and we had McMichael there, and man, I remember it like it was yesterday, because when McMichael and Kama hooked up, and McMichael took Kama down, there was a thud that we called it the money thud. But McMichael was a natural when he got out there. There was no hesitation. He's a natural cocky heel. And the physicality was there, and it was real, and you felt it. Chances are, had it been, another time probably in the business, Vince would have signed him on the spot. And we began talking to him that night, because it was out of all those guys, with the exclusion of LT, out of all the guys that we brought in that were going to be available, McMichael was going to be available. And we thought, man, he had it. He had charisma. He had an attitude. He had some swagger to him, and he wasn't afraid to get physical.
Let's get to WrestleMania 11. It's April 2nd, Hartford, Connecticut. Almost 15,000 fans there. It's a sellout. We've got $750,000 at the gate. So it's a big show. And unfortunately, The Undertaker has to work with King Kong Bundy. They go 6.5 minutes, and Meltzer is not a fan. He gave it half a star. Of course, we know about the streak. We know The Undertaker won the match. I'm sure you guys probably just had to be glad to have this one behind you, right?
Well, oh God, you add into that, we had a special guest referee who was this American League baseball umpire. And for whatever reason, and I think he was a friend of J.J. Dillon's or something, or JR's or somebody, but he was there, and he had a very high opinion of himself. So much so that when they're going through the match and everything, and why we put him in an Undertaker match, God only knows why. I have absolutely no idea why. Can't tell you the decision-making process on that one. But if I could do it all over again, that's something I would definitely change because it sucked. And this guy starts telling Undertaker, okay, in the middle of the match, when I tell you to break, you don't break, and I'm going to bump you with my chest. And Undertaker looks at him and says, no, you're not. He says, well, no, that's my gimmick. I'm an umpire. I'm going to bump you with my chest. And Taker came to us and says, hey, this is what this guy wants to do. He goes, I'm telling you, if the guy bumps me, I'm going to kill him. And I think cooler heads prevailed, and the guy tried to bump him, and Taker just kind of shoved him out of the way. But it was. I think it would be kind to say that it was a poor match.
Of course, there's DiBiase involvement. He's calling in Kama. Of course, behind the scenes, Kama and Undertaker had been friends for a long time. But here they're feuding, and ultimately Kama winds up leaving with the urn and vows to melt it down and turn it into a medallion to wear around his neck. I guess this is as good a time as any to go ahead and ask about BSK, because we wrestling fans have heard a lot about the Click and BSK, and we always hear a lot more about the Click than BSK. But according to the rumor and innuendo, Charles Wright, aka Godfather, Papa Shango, Kama, he was a big part of this Undertaker entourage. What can you tell us about BSK?
The Bone Street Krew, man. It was they like to play bones in the dressing room, dominoes, and that was a group of guys. They hung out together, and that's what they did. And that's, as far as I know, that's how the name came up. But it was a group of guys that just hung out together and did everything together, and was kind of for lack of a better term, wasn't a gang, but yeah, they were a gang.
He's not on Raw the next night. He's working a dark match instead, but he does start working some dates for Jim Cornette's Smoky Mountain. And I find this kind of fun because where else would you get this? The Undertaker teams with Tracy Smothers and Bullet Bob Armstrong to defeat the Gangstas and D'Lo Brown. Pretty interesting here. Of course, the Gangstas, New Jack and Mustafa, go on to make a name for themselves in ECW. And of course, D'Lo would go on to the WWF to be a big star there with Nation of Domination and have a great run. But that's a collection of guys you couldn't see anywhere but Smoky Mountain, right?
And be on top in Smoky Mountain as well. So, but all great talent in their own right and in their own day.
It's kind of fun too, because that same show had Al Snow teaming with Unabomb, who would go on to be Kane, working with the Rock and Roll Express in a coal miner's glove match. That old school Smoky Mountain is good stuff. Back in the WWF, The Undertaker is working with Bam Bigelow, Sid, and Kama for the house show loop. And towards the end of April, here's a fun note. Meltzer would put in the April 24th Observer, Michael Hayes debuted on Superstars as Doc Hendricks with a haircut, shave, and being much better dressed. Well, that's directly from the Observer. It made me laugh out loud. What can you tell us about Doot coming to the WWF?
Michael Hayes called me basically every 6 weeks or 2 months. Hey, boy, y'all got anything? I'm in best shape of my life. Ready to come in. Y'all got anything? And every time somebody would call, I'd either put it in I'd put it on my list, and once a week or so, we would talk about new talent, or, do we need to get rid of any talent every week? Talk about, well, so-and-so called, Michael Hayes called. No. The answer was always no. I would just get out. Michael, no. And finally, we were in need of a new color guy, and it probably helped, Jim Ross being there as well. But to me, one of the best teams doing play-by-play in color in the history of the business was Jim Ross and Michael Hayes in the old Mid-South, or in UWF. Man, they had chemistry. They were just great together. And I thought Michael Hayes was one of the best color guys I'd ever heard. You pair Michael Hayes with that Southern, Atlanta, with the New York, Connecticut Vince McMahon. I thought it was a natural. And so when we started looking for somebody, I stayed on it, and I was like, Vince, Michael Hayes can do this. I don't want a free bird. I said, well, don't have him be a free bird. Just let him be Michael Hayes. And Vince just had in his mind that Michael Hayes was a free bird, that he gave him a shot a long time ago. They blew the chance, and he wasn't interested in giving him another chance at this time. So the answer was just no. Timing me and everything. We were in need of somebody. I said, can I just bring him in for a audition? Let's just try him out, please. And he needs to try out with you. So Vince was like, I hate that look. I don't want that look on my TV. So we changed the look. He's got hair. You cut the hair and everything. I got to cut that hair. So Michael comes in and finally says, okay, hey, here's the deal. You're coming in. This is an audition. So you got to be open-minded. You've got to come in and you've got to just listen. But at the same time, when it comes time to go, I need you to be Michael P.S. Hayes. And you're going to be working with Vince. And for it to work, you got to go after him. So you can fuck with his hair, you can fuck with his, with his tie. You got to be Michael P.S. Hayes. You got to be that heel commentator. And so Michael, I will never forget it. I was in the shipping office at the production studio when Michael arrived because I wanted to meet him at the door. And he gets out of the limo, and he's got hair down to the middle of his back. He's got a full beard and mustache, and he's dressed like only Michael can dress. And he gets out, and he's got a bag in each hand, and he's walking, and his hair is flying everywhere, and he's got a chip on his shoulder. And I grab him, and I said, hey, okay, we're going to go back there. I said, here's the deal. If he likes you, and we're going to do something with you, he's going to want to cut your hair. How much? I said, I don't know, dude. And I said, but if you're not open to that, let's not waste each other's time. And Michael, I kind of prepared him for that ahead of time. And he went down. He was great. Vince liked him. Michael can be a charming son of a bitch. And it was on. So he looks at Michael and says, you got to cut that hair. He's like, all right. When I get home, I got a girl does it. He goes, we've got someone here. So I had a hairstylist that was on standby. I was so freaking confident in Michael just knocking it out of the park that had a hairstylist upstairs in the makeup room ready to cut his hair. And Vince stood there while he got his hair cut. No, a little more. Come on. Let's get. I don't want to see all that. And then said, how attached are you to that beard? Shaved the beard, left the mustache, and then we started with the names. He didn't want to call him Michael Hayes, and we went on to, what do you like, pal? Well, I like music. I like to sing. I like that. We start kicking names around, and Doc Severinsen was the leader of the band for the Johnny Carson show. So, how about Doc? And so we get Doc, we get the first name, and then Hendrix was Jimi Hendrix, and Doc Hendrix was born. Dave.
Such a good story. It also comes out around this time that Missy Hyatt was trying to reach out to get a job as an announcer, and she had briefly been brought in right before you got there in March of '87. She taped a couple of skits that were supposed to be called Missy's Manor, and she did one more after you're with the company in late April '87. Allegedly, according to the rumor and innuendo, Vince just wasn't feeling it and offered her a job as a featurette. She feels like that's beneath her, so she opts to go ahead and leave and goes back to the UWF. What do you remember about Missy's stint in '87, and then maybe her trying to get back in here in '95?
Well, the stint in '87, yeah, it didn't really work. I was there for a couple of the, I guess, auditions or tryouts that they tried in front of the audience with her. And, Missy was a beautiful girl, and Vince just had high aspirations for her, but he just didn't feel it. There wasn't a whole lot of chemistry. She was still young. In addition to that, her and Eddie Gilbert were engaged, and Eddie had taken over the booking job for UWF. She wanted to be with Eddie. She didn't want to be away from Eddie at the time, and I think when Vince brought up the Federette idea that she could go back and she could work and she could be with her fiance, and that kind of just took care of all of that in one fell swoop.
So no consideration for her coming in here?
No, actually, the time that she was looking to come in was WrestleMania 10 when we had the Bill Clinton look-alike.
Right.
We were going to do something with her singing Happy Birthday, Mr. President. And then Vince felt that go and again, that's something that was with Kennedy. But Vince felt going too far with the Clinton look-alike and going too far with it. He was something he just didn't want to do at the time. But I don't remember Missy wanting to come in at all during this time. The year before, yes, definitely. And that was the whole Marilyn Monroe pitch to have her do that at WrestleMania 10. That never happened.
Dave also reported in that same Observer that Paul Levesque's first vignettes appeared over the weekend syndicated shows. He wrote, not only is he doing a Steve Regal gimmick, but he's doing 100% copy using the name Hunter Helmsley, I believe. This is the first time I can remember WWF ever using a current WCW gimmick on one of its wrestlers. Now, for everybody who's not familiar, Bruce, who did Paul Levesque go on to become?
Mr. Stephanie McMahon, Triple H.
So what'd you think of his gimmick here? I'm sure we're going to cover Hunter in long form, but Dave is sort of asserting that it's 100% ripoff of William Regal's WCW character. Your retort?
Not at all. It was an aristocrat from Greenwich, Connecticut. Vince wanted, if anything, it was more along the lines of still keeping with his WCW gimmick of Jean-Paul Levesque, but making it, instead of being French, making it a Connecticut aristocrat type thing.
That same weekend, by the way, is when the Body Donna skit started. If you'd like to hear more about those, you can check out our Sunny archives. We also hear in this week's Observer that Johnny Ace was contacted by Jim Ross about coming in. Allegedly, Ross was trying to make a play to get Steve Williams in as well. What do you remember about Johnny Ace potentially coming in as a wrestler in 1995?
I don't remember Johnny being seriously considered. Dr. Death was always considered. Doc was one of those talents that was kind of always sought after, and especially by JR, because they were friends, and JR really, loved Dr. Death, Steve Williams. So he was always pushing for Doc to come in. And this was kind of at a time that Doc was at a peak for all Japan. So he was doing really well in Japan. He was making rumblings and noise, but he was also making more money in Japan working part-time than he probably would have been making coming in full-time for us.
There's a rumor going around the dirt sheets at this time that, and this even made its way to London tabloids, that Duchess Fergie, was offered $50,000 to crown the winner of the King of the Ring, but she turned it down. Did you guys really make this offer?
Absolutely.
How do you go about doing that?
Well, you go on the phone book and you find her phone number and call them. We went through the royal hierarchy and got to her because she was the black sheep of the family. And everything that she did was in the tabloids and got publicity. So, yeah, man, we reached out and tried to get her to come and be a part of the show.
I'm fascinated by this era because Vince is trying any little thing that he can here. You see that with football, with the Super Bowl, and now here's another one.
I'll give you the analogy, okay, because you bring that up. And this was something that I found in life, I think, for a lot of people, myself included, one thing that Lisa Wolfe said to me that kind of half-ass made sense, but at the same time didn't, was she was looking at the Lawrence Taylor thing and the Fergie thing and all this shit. She goes, Vince just needs a hit so bad. It's been a long time since he's had that hit. And for people who have been on top of the heap, when you're in that slump, it makes sense because you're looking for a hit. You just want a hit. Just one. And then that'll get you out of that slump and move on to bigger and better things.
Here's another swing and a miss. There's reports that you guys tried to get Kato Kaelin to come in and do a skit for the In Your House pay-per-view promotions, but ultimately the WWF couldn't pull the deal together. What do you remember about you guys reaching out to Kato Kaelin, who I guess we should remind everybody was maybe the world's most famous house guest at that time? He was shacking up with OJ when OJ's ex-wife and a waiter were murdered. Most people believe that OJ did that. And Kato was camped out in the pool house as OJ's house guest. Is there any truth to this rumor? You guys tried to book Kato Kaelin for an In Your House?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we sure as hell did. And we went as far as to have crews out there to shoot stuff with him. And he was basically a flake and just kind of flaked out. And then Vince was like, I'm not doing business with this guy. It was things like, okay, we're going to shoot at 1:00, and he wouldn't show up. And then it was like, oh, we had the dates mixed up. So, okay, well, let's reschedule another date. And it was always something. So, yeah, we cut bait on that one.
I find it interesting that on the May 29th Raw, The Undertaker makes his return after a long absence from TV for a knee injury. Do you remember the knee injury?
It was a tweak. And he needed time off. I don't think he did surgery at this time, but it was a tweak that he just took some time off and got out of the ring for a little while.
The reason I mention this Raw is The Undertaker returns and he beats Jeff Jarrett in a King of the Ring qualifying match and qualifies for the tournament for the first time in his career. And Raw sets a 3.9 rating, which at the time is an all-time high for the show up to that point. So even though Vince may be desperate for a hit, The Undertaker coming back after being off TV for a little while, that popped a number. Was The Undertaker always the guy you could count on and sort of look to get you a good segment?
Yeah, it was. And any time that you had somebody like that, yes, it was. And that's why we didn't have Undertaker on TV every week. Because when he was on TV, it meant something.
Well, and it meant something when the AP ran a story on Bob Holly, and they listed his real name there, which is Robert Howard. But they said that Howard had signed a wrestling contract and then a separate contract with Vince McMahon as the driver for the WWF racing team. And then McMahon had put up $200,000 to get this racing team off the ground. Is this yet another example of Vince trying to sort of reach out and find any little thing he can?
Well, my name is Thurman Sparky Plug. Thurman Plug. My friends call me Sparky. You can call me STP. Those were a lot of fun though. Bob Holly was somebody that we brought in, and Bob was a legit race car driver. He didn't do bad in the smaller circuits, kind of in the southern circuits down there. I don't know what that NASCAR division is, but it's kind of under the Bush series. And we thought, okay, NASCAR was catching on. If we had a car and we had a driver that actually wrestled, that would be a kind of a win-win. So we sponsored a race team and put Bob out there. It was, instead of sponsoring someone else and another racer, which would cost probably a whole hell of a lot more, you sponsor your own and you make your own. And that was the attempt there.
This gets us to the King of the Ring 1995, going down on June 25th from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You guys drew about 15,000 folks here for roughly $300,000. It does a 0.65 buy rate, which represents about a $1.6 million company gross. So it's not terrible, but it's not what it can be in just a couple of years, of course. Here's a little bit of an upset. Meltzer gives it a negative ½ star, but Mabel pins The Undertaker in 10 minutes and 44 seconds. Dave wrote, It was the first pinfall loss I can recall Undertaker taking since challenging Hogan for the world title back in 91. Because of the draw in the previous match, the winner of this match would go to the finals. The match was terrible. Undertaker had the early advantage until Mo distracted him, allowing Mabel to use a belly to belly. And then I think everybody remembers this long, lengthy camel clutch and chin lock. It was really a slow period in the match. There's of course a ref bump, a choke slam. There's a run in with Kama again, where he kicks the Undertaker in the face, and then Mabel gives him a leg drop. And now the revived ref counts the pin. After the match, of course, Kama slaps the Undertaker in the face, which wakes him up, and then Kama runs away. So the match is sort of set up to advance the Undertaker Kama storyline, but beating the Undertaker in a pinfall is a big deal here, because you're probably 3.5, almost 4 years since his last loss on TV.
Yeah, probably so. But it was an attempt to really get Mabel over, and this was the big Mabel push. And Vince saw big things in Mabel, figuratively and literally. So, what bigger thing to do than beat the Undertaker? And by God, it was going to push Mabel to the moon, and it was a way to kind of offshoot Undertaker and Kama and put a little more gasoline on that fire as well.
Well, and of course we know what's going to happen here. Mabel goes on to win the King of the Ring and then gets a main event against Diesel at SummerSlam. Why did Vince see money in Mabel? Just because he's such a big guy, or what was it about Mabel that made Vince think he's the guy?
Big, mean, nasty looking bastard that he thought would be a real threat to you. You got big guys like Undertaker, and you got a big guy like Diesel, who's your champion, that people believe he's a real threat. And when they see him beat the Undertaker, then they believe, oh shit, he beat the Undertaker, he can sure as hell beat Diesel. And that was the thinking behind it. That was the vision, just to have this big, mean, nasty heel.
So chat me up about Mabel pinning the Undertaker. The Undertaker hadn't lost a lot at this point in his career, but we never got the perception that he was maybe a prima donna about wins and losses. Did he have any sort of issue with putting Mabel over?
No, he saw it as a way to, get him to the next level, and felt that by beating him, that's going to help. So Taker's always been a company guy in that way, as far as doing what's right for business. And at the time, that is what we felt was right for business.
Does Vince sit down with him and say, goddamn, pal, it's time we actually try to do something with Mabel. Gonna need you to do him a favor tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Ahead of time, he's going to lay out the plans. He's going to go, here's what we're doing with you. Here's what we're doing with Mabel. Now, this is why we need this. And it made sense.
Sort of interesting because, this is a weird time in wrestling, but on June 26th, The Undertaker works a shot in Memphis for the USWA, and he teams with Bill Dundee to take on Doug Gilbert and Jim Harris in a body bag match. On that same card, Vader is on the show, and Vader at this time is working for WCW. Was there ever any concern about sending talent to do a show for Lawler like this, but he's got WCW talent on the show? It feels like something Vince would never allow, but somehow it happened.
Yeah, Vince didn't like it, and sometimes, these things were done, and he wasn't always told the whole story until after the fact, so it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. And this is probably one of those instances, because I don't see Vince ever doing that.
There's lots of talk in the Observer about the TV deal. Let's pick up what Dave said here. My feeling is it's all talk. Titan's contract with USA expires at the end of December, and the story that's been reported in many places is that the current deal for 3 shows is that USA pays Titan $12,000 a week, and Titan gets to keep 2 minutes of advertising time either to sell on its own or to use to promote its 3 cable shows. Titan wants that increased to 5 minutes of advertising and is using the E network as negotiating leverage. Monday Night Raw is on a phenomenal ratings run, with it often being the highest rated regular weekly show on cable. Ratings of the other 2 shows, while nowhere near that level, are competitive for their time slot. However, E only reaches about 28 million homes as opposed to the 65 million for USA. So there's really no leverage there at all. With syndication dwindling, Titan simply can't afford that kind of loss in exposure. So it isn't going to happen. Lots of meat on the bone here, especially with all that we've heard in the last 3 or 4 years or months about television rights. Do you remember the number being 12,000 a week for the USA deal?
It might have been. It actually might have been that, because at the time when those deals were made, they were made for, prepackaged shows. You had Primetime, which was a cheap show that was footage from everywhere else. You had All American, and they were just. It was only 2 shows I remember. It was All American and Raw at the time, but they were all Primetime at the time. Now it was Raw, but they were prepackaged shows. When we started to do Raw, we didn't renegotiate the deal at that time because we wanted to get the ratings going and see what was going to take place, and then we can take it from there. And remember, as I stated in the Monday Night Raw show, man, Raw was a cost-cutting measure. That was originally done to save money. And in typical Vince McMahon fashion, he spent more to make Raw the best that it could be. So you're really talking apples and pomegranates from a package show with all pre-taped footage to now a live show and a live production and an arena-oriented show. It was completely different deal now. And Vince had always been able to have his own advertising. We had our own sales team in New York headed by Jim Rothschild, and they would sell their own advertising for the shows. So if they weren't going to up it, he felt that he could go in and, with the ratings that Raw was doing, give him more time and enable him to sell more advertising, therefore make more money. It still wasn't at the point that it got to in just a year from now, with WCW entering the fray and the competitiveness of it, because USA was pretty damn complacent. Here they are, they're getting these top-rated shows, and they got it for a deal. Because we could have easily gone backwards and said, okay, we'll give you guys a prepackaged show. But Vince didn't want to go backwards. He felt that what we were presenting was the right way to go with the live event and the arena-oriented shows. So just keep moving forward in that direction. They'll come around. But we were using every network in the world, including TBS and TNT. We were using them as well to go back and say, hey, you guys interested in putting us on your network? Why not?
It's pretty interesting, especially when you hear the number that 12,000 was the number, and what the TV rights are this year. Lots of people have speculation about what the next TV deal is going to be, but some folks are saying it's going to be 200, 300, 400 million. Some of that I don't necessarily know is possible, but hey, stranger things have happened, I suppose. But you look back here and it's 600,000. It's unbelievable the way this company has been able to grow. One of the things that I found in my research here that seemed kind of funny, the WWF is starting its own newsletter being put together by Vince Russo, who did a terrible newsletter of his own 3 years back, which lasted all of a few issues. Actually, WWF could put out a very profitable newsletter if they did it correctly, but their ability to give up the BS is virtually impossible within the industry, and that's their biggest handicap. That's all directly from the Observer. I never saw the Russo newsletters. Did you see those, and how close did this come to nearly happening, that you guys created your own quote-unquote dirt sheet newsletter?
I never saw the Russo newsletters either, so I can't comment on them. But there was talk at one time of putting out his own newsletter and just putting out his own narrative, because it was all bullshit that was being put out anyway, so what did it matter?
Well, one of the things you guys may have reported on there is another piece that Meltzer ran, that the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the local newspaper, reported in its TV sports column that one of the reasons the WWF special was pulled from the NBC network was due to pressure from the NBA's commissioner, David Stern. According to the story, Stern took issue with any promotion for a pro wrestling show during any NBA playoff game, or that wrestling was scheduled to follow the game. So, do you remember there being some sort of situation where Stern didn't want the NBA associated with the WWF, and therefore that cost you guys some time on NBC?
I think that was more the higher ups at NBC that felt that with legitimate sports. How can you put legitimate sport and then plug legitimate sport? I mean, and plug wrestling within a legitimate sport? I don't know. I'm giving you my opinion on that, and the feeling was it was more the higher ups in NBC that didn't want wrestling on their network, that it was below them.
Meltzer would report the new blimp that you guys were working on cost $250,000, and that you guys plan to send the blimp to different cities ahead of time whenever you were going to run a live event. Whose idea was the blimp, Bruce?
Bob Collins, one of the greatest promoters of all time. Bob Collins was the vice president of promotion in the company, and Bob came from Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey, and had done quite a bit with Ice Capades and different things of that nature. But Bob was one of the last of the great old-time promoters that actually understood promotion. So this deal came up with the blimp to be able to lease this blimp for, I think it was maybe 3 months or something like that. And I don't think it was $250,000, but we did this blimp and branded it with the WWF logo, that awful new generation logo that we had. And it would have, I think it was a 2-man crew. And then we had Manny Garcia, who was like the host in the live events, who would also ride up there, and they would go to baseball games and they would go to all the live events ahead of time, promoting, WWF is coming to town and different things like that. I loved the blimp. I thought it was a genius idea, and people were talking about it.
Well, people were talking about Refrigerator Perry and Steve McMichael becoming a tag team in the August 7th Observer. Dave wrote, there was consideration given to making them a tag team, figuring it would get notoriety and press, but they weren't going to work against Owen and Yokozuna at SummerSlam. The idea is possibly to debut them against the Heavenly Bodies, since the Bodies aren't booked and all four could go to the gym and put together a passable match, since the Bodies are such good workers. Of course, the talks broke down, though. Perry allegedly wanted a guaranteed contract, and the WWF wasn't willing to bend on that, particularly for someone who hadn't been able to be a proven draw for them and had a weight problem his entire career. With the thinking being, I'm sure, if he couldn't maintain his weight for $1 million, why would he do it for $200,000? Allegedly, McMichael was a little more flexible. He was willing to do all the shows, where Perry just wanted to do the big shows and pay-per-views. But WCW got their shit together a little faster, so they wound up landing McMichael faster than the WWF. That's Dave's version. What do you remember about Refrigerator Perry and Steve McMichael maybe coming in together as professional wrestlers?
Well, you remember when I mentioned Lisa Wolfe? Lisa Wolfe, had come from an NFL background where she had done whatever HR in the NFL for a short stint. So she would use her contacts, and she thought after the Lawrence Taylor thing, well, Vince, if we only get NFL stars, that'll make a difference, thinking that that's what Vince wanted to do. So there was, yes, we were definitely interested in Steve McMichael without a shadow of a doubt. Perry was fishing out there and just looking for, in my opinion, he was looking for easy money. We wanted someone that was actually going to be on the roster full time and not just do a one-off. And both of them had a much higher opinion of themselves than we did. So they were looking for a lot more money than we were willing to part with, especially for guys that had to be trained and that we would have to invest in to get them in the ring to even be passable. We weren't looking for a one-off. We'd already done the one-off with Perry at WrestleMania 2, and I don't know that many people were impressed with him at that time and his work ethic and willingness to do what needed to be done. And he didn't have a really great reputation. So there was talk of William Perry, but there was serious consideration to Steve McMichael.
I feel like I should mention this Kama angle with Undertaker is still going on. And during Kama's matches on TV, Undertaker fans would bring wreaths to ringside and sit in the crowd. And of course the camera would pan to them. Bruce, were these plants, were you guys passing out the wreaths before the taping started?
We would usually find fans in the crowd. We would have like people go out and talk to different people, and we would give them the stuff to dress up in, and then supply them with everything, and just shoot them a few times during the night, and they got merchandise and all kinds of different good stuff.
Meltzer would report that The Undertaker would pin his future brother Unabomb at the SMW show, the Smoky Mountain Wrestling show on August 4th in Knoxville. He would also write, Isaac Yankem looked a lot better on the road this week than at the pay-per-view. After seeing his match with Undertaker on the Smoky Mountain show, it's almost amazing that he and Unabomb are the same person. The body changed totally in 3 weeks, and he lost all of his aggressiveness. In the Undertaker match, in no way did he look not ready for the big time. What do you think of the early reports of Isaac Yankem? I'm sure we're going to cover this another time long form, but since we're talking about the Undertaker, this is as good a time as any.
Well, initially, I think that the Isaac Yankem gimmick was something that just was like just tying a ball and chain around his waist and sending him out there. It wasn't good, but once we had this idea for the Unabomb deal and the Kane idea and all that stuff, and Glenn came back, we did have a different person. And the time that was spent in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, I think, is what was the change. It was a change in attitude, and it was a change in everything about what he did in the ring. He had a completely different style and was able to adapt better, and all of a sudden we had somebody that was marketable, in my opinion.
Around the same time, I found this interesting, that Shawn Michaels would defend his Intercontinental title against Buddy Landell. And we haven't talked a lot about Buddy Landell, but he was a staple for Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Why didn't Buddy Landell get more of an opportunity in the WWF?
Well, baby, Buddy Landell was his own worst enemy. That's right, baby. That's right. I said it. Buddy was allergic to success. Anytime that Buddy got a little bit of success, he would always just fail. I don't know how else to say it. But every time Buddy got right to that, the next step is going to be the peak, and you're going to be the guy, he would fall. And then he found a way to blame everybody else. Buddy had the charisma. He had a look. There was something about him that pissed people off. And he cut great promos as well. So of everybody that did, that Nature Boy gimmick, and everybody's going to be compared to Ric Flair, and they're all going to be compared to Buddy Rogers. They didn't compare Buddy to them. They were pissed off at him. And in a good heat kind of way. And just Buddy would get so close to the mountaintop and just roll downhill every time. So I just think he was snake bit, and he was allergic to success.
SummerSlam 95 was not, though. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, August 27th. It sells out. Over 18,000 fans are there at the Pittsburgh Civic Arena. And The Undertaker finally gets his win over Kama in 16 minutes and 26 seconds. It's a casket match, and The Undertaker gets a huge pop. You guys rigged up a camera inside the casket that I think you guys called the coffin cam. And it's a big deal. It's presented like a big deal, but it is a long match. And The Undertaker's selling here, and you're waiting for the sit-up, which is a big part of the match, of course, during this era. Finally, The Undertaker uses a chokeslam and a tombstone and rolls Kama into the casket. Undertaker earns 2 stars from Dave Meltzer for his performance here. What'd you think of this match and the payoff for the Kama feud?
Well, actually, I thought that the match was better than 2 stars. They busted their ass. See, and again, I look at the matches in a completely different light. You have to look at the characters involved. And not every single match can be a cruiserweight car crash match or a Dean Malenko hold fest. You have to have variety, and you have to have different style matches. And I thought that this was 2 big guys that had a good story, and they told a good story in the match. It's funny, you're talking about the sit-ups and everything. Whew! Sometimes early on, there was 1 sit-up in the match, and that was it. I think, we got to the point where we relied on that a lot for a spot. when it just got overdone sometimes. But I thought that the match was good, actually, for those two big guys.
Let's talk about something that I even forgot happened. It's ESPN and you guys doing some work for them to promote SportsCenter's new season. So there's a series of promos done with Mr. Fuji, Shawn Michaels, Diesel, Undertaker, Paul Bearer, Yokozuna, even King Kong Bundy. And the gist is we're trying to bribe ESPN for more pro wrestling coverage. And ESPN is pushing that they'd never cover something like pro wrestling. But they did allow Diesel and Shawn Michaels to co-host Baseball Tonight, the night before SummerSlam. And of course, we know years later, Coachman would be responsible for getting this relationship going again. But back here in 95, how did this deal get put together?
Dick Glover, who was one of the vice presidents of Titan Sports, WWF, back in the day, had moved on to ESPN in Bristol, Connecticut. And Dick was a good friend of ours. The idea, came up. It was a way to promote us and to promote SportsCenter and get our guys on ESPN. So it worked, and it was great exposure for us at the time. And it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek look at professional wrestling on ESPN, where people felt, a lot of viewers felt, doesn't belong. You don't do pro wrestling on ESPN. And it was a cute promotion that got a shitload of play. And it got a lot of play, frankly, outside of ESPN as well.
Just so I'm clear, did you say Dick Glover?
Dick Glover.
So I got the Dick part, but you're saying Lover.
Glover with a G.
So
Glover.
Did you know a Dick Glover?
I knew Dick very well.
How you got in the wrestling business,
Dick,
right?
Dick Glover is the head of Funny or Die and all that stuff. He's a bigwig out in Hollywood now.
No, I mean, we've established that that's Mr. Glover, but did you know a Dick Glover?
Knew Dick Glover very well.
Yeah, I thought you would. September 4th, 1995, Raw was preempted, and that was the night that WCW debuted Nitro on TNT. I think we've talked about this a little bit in passing before, but did you and Vince watch that show together? What are your memories of the first Nitro?
I was in Hong Kong. Didn't watch it. Saw it later on tape, but I was in Hong Kong when the first Nitro aired, and that was the night that I was awakened by a phone call, the middle of the morning, I guess it was for me, whatever the hell time it was, with Pat Patterson proclaiming, Lex Luger, he was on the Nitro. Fuck him. He's their problem now. Brucey, you were right. Fuck him. I love it. He's gone. So, yeah, I didn't see it for another couple weeks when I got home.
Meltzer Board report, the new Raw opening taped on the roof of Titan Towers on September 7th between 7 and 10:15 p.m. reportedly cost $200,000 for 4 minutes of footage. There were major stories both Friday and Saturday in the Stamford paper regarding the taping on A1. Many people living in the area called police complaining about the searchlights and helicopters. The Federal Aviation Administration also received complaints. A second day story had the police saying the event was perfectly legal and the Titan had filled out all the necessary paperwork for everything it did. Darien, Titan's complex is near the border of Stamford and Darien, police chief Hy McManus, seems like a rib, said the event attracted a lot of attention, but it was not a serious police problem. And a few weeks later, Meltzer would report that the $200,000 claim was incorrect and the shoot actually cost less than $100,000. This feels like something you would have helped put together, Bruce.
I helped put it together. I helped put together the concept, and I helped get all the talent and everything arranged, but I was in Hong Kong when it actually took place and it was shot. So there was never a time I was so thankful that it was scheduled, because it was a huge undertaking. Everything that you saw in that open was shot in a matter of hours that night. So they did the helicopter stuff. They did all the searchlights and all the music and the fans going crazy and the Barry Dudinsky wig off and in the slot bucket. All of that stuff. Hollywood couldn't have shot 15 seconds of that in a day. And we did the whole shoot in a matter of like 6 or 7 hours.
Well, let's talk about Tatanka. Meltzer would report around this time that his suspension turned into a firing. Allegedly, there was an incident in December of 94 at a hotel in Anaheim, California that involved Tatanka and a woman who was threatening a lawsuit. Do you remember what Tatanka's issue was in this alleged hotel situation with this lady?
You know, I remember the accusations and just being a lot of questions. And at that time, Vince didn't want to deal with it. And go straighten your stuff out, get it straight, get it fixed, and deal with it. And once it's all done and you're cleared, then we'll be happy to bring you back. But at the time, I think it was just not dealing with this, and it's your problem. If you screwed up, go deal with it and take care of it.
We're not talking about it, but we're talking about the ladies accusing Tatanka of rape, right?
Probably. I honestly do not remember the charges. I remember it was a bunch of shit with him, and it was go get your stuff straight.
I mean, it has to be assault or rape. I mean, she's not reporting him for jaywalking, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember.
In Your House 3 goes down, but Undertaker is not on the card, but he does work a dark match. Was one of the strategies around this time, because it happened a lot in this era, you don't put the Undertaker on pay-per-view to sort of overexpose him. You make him a special attraction for those inside the building.
Absolutely. And with the In Your Houses were only two hours long, and we didn't want to have Undertaker available on pay-per-view either every month. So it was a little bit different philosophy at that time, how we were programming the In Your Houses. So we would use him in a dark match to draw the house, but not necessarily on the pay-per-view itself.
Let's talk about what's coming up next for Raw, because on September 25th, on the heels of you guys doing or being off, preempted, when Nitro is live, you guys come back on September 25th and you're live here, I guess trying to go head to head live. And the Undertaker is taking on the freshly turned heel British Bulldog. Was there some concern in the office that if they're live, we've got to be too? Do you remember that being the case?
We would have preferred to be live every week, but the problem was we had bookings and the cost of the damn thing. We had already had our television tapings booked in advance to shoot 2 at a time, and we would go in every other week, and it was a cost factor. But there were some times where weeks would not make sense, so you'd end up doing 2 weeks in a row where you were live. But at the time, for the most part, we were doing every 2 weeks and taping one and doing one live. In a perfect world, we would have loved to have done everything live, but the problem with that is at the time it was only a 1 hour show. So the feasibility and the cost of doing just a 1 hour show every week, well, it just didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Sort of an interesting story here in the Observer, and I wasn't paying that close of attention at the time to the WWF, but he writes, on Raw, they ran a poll about OJ's guilt or innocence, promising the proceeds to abused children's foundations, which ended up a major embarrassment. And WWF hastily sent out apology letters to people from those foundations, saying that the idea came up at the last minute and admitted in their haste they made a major mistake and took a bunch of heat for it. Do you remember you guys running a poll about whether or not OJ was innocent for charity?
Oh my God. Yeah, and I think it was for battered women or something like that. I don't really remember what the hell the charity was. Bad idea. Horrible idea. And one, mistake that.
I feel strongly that saving money is important. If it's not something we worry about now, boy, we are really going to worry about it later. And I want to help you get out of debt faster and do it with cheaper monthly payments. I'm talking to you if you're in a 30-year loan. Now is the time to take years off of your loan. We're routinely helping our listeners cut 5, 10, even 15 years off their loan. And you can do this without perfect credit with no money out of pocket. You've just got to start at savewithconrad.com.
Yeah, unfortunately made. But it was with good intentions, I guess you could say, but just poor taste all the way around. Yeah, no defending that one.
On the October 9th Raw, The Undertaker would team with Shawn Michaels and Diesel to take on Owen Hart, Yokozuna, and the British Bulldog. Bulldog would pin Diesel to win the match, and then King Mabel comes out and attacks Undertaker. Both Yokozuna and Mabel would do leg drops on the Undertaker's face, and this leads to Taker being out of action for a few weeks because of what's described as a broken orbital bone. And when he comes back, he's wearing a mask. What do you remember about this injury, Bruce?
Well, it happened in the match, and it was Mabel who caught him. I want to say that Mabel caught him with a fist right in the eye. And Taker, felt it, but he kept going. It wasn't like when, what's his name? Spanky, Brian Kendrick, broke his orbital bone not long ago. Man, it shattered and it broke and it puffed all up. With Undertaker's, it swelled up a little bit, hurt like hell, but no one really knew the severity of the accident. Taker was pissed because it did hurt like hell, and later on, the swelling wouldn't go down, and it kept getting worse and worse and worse. So much so that, just breathing was a chore.
Let me mention this, Bruce.
It was giving him these incredible headaches.
In the Observer, Dave wrote, apparently this occurred when Mabel went to throw a clothesline, but Undertaker wasn't close enough to him, and his fist cracked the Undertaker in the eye. Not realizing the severity of the injury, Undertaker not only finished his match, but worked his scheduled matches against Isaac Yankem the next 3 dates before the pain became unbearable, and he went and had it examined. Normally, when you hear of a guy crushing his orbital bone, that's the end of the fucking match, and that's it. And this dude is still working dates. And when we say 3, let's remember, that's probably not the same weekend. That's probably a weekend between, and he's still doing it before he goes to the doctor. This is a different era and a different type of cat, is it not?
Yeah, and we didn't have doctors on the scene like they do now, and he's toughing it out, thinking, "Oh no, I'll be all right." I got a shiner. It'll go down, it'll be all right. But there was a period there where it felt like he was just literally every breath was this incredible pain in his head and in his eye, that it got to the point where I got to go get this thing checked out, because it's not subsiding and the pain's not going away. It's getting worse. And he's still going out working and taking bumps. So it was not a good time. And at the time, Mabel didn't have a great reputation. He had, quote, hurt Diesel, and he was getting that reputation for being sloppy in the ring and hurting guys.
I need you to explain what you mean when you said, quote, hurt Diesel.
Well, because he did a sit out that he had done on everyone, up until that point. No one had ever been hurt before, and Diesel came back and was out for 6 months. And the reason I say that was it was from Razor Ramon, who in the back after the show did the air quotes, "Oh, your champion's hurt again." And it was just funny because he was saying, man, he goes, I don't get hurt. You can't hurt me. Make me the champion, man. I'll never get hurt. It was just kind of a little inside thing that was funny, but now it's like people are taking notice because he's hurt Diesel, he's hurt Undertaker. I want to say that he hurt Brett at one point in one of the matches, and guys are getting pissed. So not a good time for Mabel. His push was now being questioned, because when you start hurting top guys, it's can't happen.
Were there any heated words between Mabel and Undertaker here?
Yeah, Taker wasn't happy, and Taker told him in no uncertain terms that he wasn't happy, especially after the fact. And once Taker had to have surgery and with this damn eye and shit, and he was out of action. So you talk to guys, and Mark's one of those people. It's hard to piss him off, but when he gets pissed off, look out. So he told Mabel in no uncertain terms, man, you need to get your shit together or I'm not working with you.
Is there like a grudge moving forward with this? Does Mabel do anything to try to make things better with Undertaker or anybody else?
Yeah, he was more cautious, and I don't know if it really helped him a whole lot because, again, now you're shy and you're gun shy. You've injured, the two biggest top guys in the company in a short span of time. People are leery of working with you. They don't want to work with you. So now you're sugarcoating everything you do. And one of the reasons that you brought up there is because you're a big bastard and you need to look like you're hurting people without hurting people. And now doesn't look as good because you're trying not to hurt people, and it looks like it. So it wasn't good on any front.
One of the things I think we take for granted as wrestling fans is when a guy goes home hurt like this, it usually significantly affects his income, does it not?
Sure, because you're not out on the house shows and you're not able to go out and make the kind of money that you would have made. And Vince would still pay guys that were on shows and if they were out injuries, but they wouldn't make as much as if they were there.
Does he feel like that he needs to kick some money Undertaker's way, or is that not something that's ever even considered?
I don't know that's ever even been considered. Look, I don't think Mabel was malicious in anything that he did.
Right.
It was an accident, and it happens. It's a physical sport, and shit happens sometimes. But when it happens a lot, then you got to think, okay, man, is he just sloppy and is he not any good, or what's going on here? Is he trying to hurt people? Which I don't think he was in any way, shape, or form. I think it was a series of unfortunate accidents that happened in succession, close succession to each other.
In the October 30th edition of The Observer, Meltzer would write, Undertaker had surgery about 2 weeks back to repair his broken orbital bone. His eye had to be moved a 1/4 inch in the surgery with an implant put under the bone to push it back into its correct place, which should tell you about the kind of pain he must have been in. Because of the eye being out of place from the break, when he breathed, little bits of air were coming out of his eye area. What a crazy, crazy injury. Also in the Observer around this time is that Bill Watts had quit the World Wrestling Federation on October 13th in what Meltzer described an apparent disagreement with Vince McMahon over what being in charge constituted. What can you tell us about Bill Watts' very brief tenure in the World Wrestling Federation during this time?
Bill was brought in to help us and to help Vince with the wrestling operations, and he wanted someone kind of to oversee JJ, myself, and Pat. And Pat was leaving at the time, so he was more looking to replace Pat, but he also saw an opportunity for someone to be between him and JJ. Brought Bill Watts in, who, had run companies before. And the reason that Bill was brought in, you go back to the King of the Ring, I believe it was, when we had a Hall of Fame dinner. And Bill was there, and Bill came to the show, and Bill wrote up a report back to Vince, talking about the taping and the pay-per-view and everything. And Bill made some suggestions, and Vince was like, hey, why don't you come on in and help us? And Pat's working his way out. So I would like someone in there, wrestling wise, working with Bruce and working with JJ and kind of be that intermediary, with Vince. Well, Watts took it as, he was being brought in to run the company, and Vince as much as said that in a lot of respects, that Bill would run the wrestling operations side of the company. As was true then, as was true before that, and as is true now. Vince is going to run everything. Vince is going to run it. So no matter who is, quote, in charge, if Vince is alive and Vince is there, Vince is going to run it. And that was something that Bill just took issue with and could not adapt to. So he was there for a short while, and I actually thought, Bill Bill coming in, and during the time that he was there, man, it was nice to have somebody else to be throwing in ideas and somebody else to go talk to him, you know. But Bill wanted to be the man. Bill wanted to be the one in charge and calling all of the shots without input from Vince. And Vince wasn't ready to give that up. So he quit.
Let's get to Survivor Series 95. It goes down on November 19th, Landover, Maryland. Draws about 14,000 folks, but only 8,000 or so actually paid to be there. The Undertaker is tagging with Fatu and Henry Godwin and Savio Vega to beat Jerry Lawler, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, King Mabel, and Isaac Yankem. This feels like a match right out of the box of gimmicks. Ultimately, it gets a star and a half. The Undertaker is tagged in very last and cleans house, man. He gets a huge pop and then hits a tombstone on Lawler for a pin about 12 minutes in. And then we're racing to the finish. A tombstone on Yankem, a choke slam on Helmsley. And this leaves Mabel to face all four faces. He hits a belly to belly and a leg drop on Undertaker, who then sets up. And that sends Mabel scurrying, who's counted out. And after the match, Undertaker gives Mo a choke slam. Meltzer would write, not much for wrestling, but the booking was good. And this is also when we see the debut of a pretty cool looking mask. Where did the mask come from? Whose idea was it? How was it put together? And obviously this match was booked to not have any sort of impact on Undertaker, but feature him. Am I correct?
Absolutely. It was, we're testing the waters here to see how much he can do. But his face was kind of reconstructed. He had a plate in his sinuses and underneath his eye, and that surgery was, all that area was still pretty damn delicate. So to protect that, to make sure that if he accidentally got hit or took a bump, taking a bump, I don't know how that's going to help you, but it was to protect him from being hit in any way. The mask was actually like a titanium mask, similar to what Beefcake wore when Beefcake came back after the parasailing accident.
Right.
So it's the same thing to just kind of protect his face. And then we had one of the people that made masks out in Hollywood kind of do all that shit to make it Undertakerish. So I thought it looked pretty damn cool. I thought it added to it.
No, it did look cool. I totally agree. The next night on Raw, Undertaker is supposed to wrestle Kama, but Kama comes out on crutches, so Mo subs. Undertaker wins the match and then gets the necklace back from Kama and gives it to Paul Bearer, but that brings Mabel and Yokozuna out, and Mabel steals the necklace from Bearer, and so now Mabel's sporting the necklace. They do a dark match that night where Undertaker challenges Brett for the world title. Brett had just won it the night before. And in the match, the Undertaker breaks the sharpshooter and then has Hart up for the tombstone when all of a sudden Diesel interferes and attacks Brett. So did you guys know already at Survivor Series here that we're building towards Diesel and Undertaker at WrestleMania?
Yes.
Okay.
Also during this time, and this was a fun time, frankly, is convoluted and fucked up as it could be sometimes. It was a fun time because the guys were interchangeable. Brett could work with anybody, Undertaker and Diesel, and you throw Shawn in that. It was a fun time because Diesel was really coming into his own, man, here at this point. And it was the shit with, Vince telling him turn around and flip him off. And it was just a fun kind of turning point for the company at the time.
Let's also talk about Undertaker Brett. Was that already the plan for Royal Rumble?
Yeah, the whole thing was just to try and segue everybody into WrestleMania, and it just kind of made sense at the time because you had Undertaker. It was a free-for-all. You couldn't pick them, and that's what I liked about that era. It was up in the air. And you're getting to the point to finally get to your Undertaker Diesel match, which was going to be at WrestleMania. And we were kind of unsure, obviously at this point in time, we didn't really know that Diesel was leaving. But I just thought it was a good time. But yes, we did know that we were going with Undertaker and Brett.
On the December 4th version of Raw, we see a character named Brother Love do a show here. and he has a guest named King Mabel. And Vince talks over Brother Love's introduction, but eventually this Brother Love character asks about Sir Mo's whereabouts, and Mabel yells at him and promises to bury the Undertaker at In Your House. He doesn't like being questioned, but he has a surprise for Brother Love, and a hooded man pushed the casket to the ring as the Undertaker's music plays. Of course, it turns out to be Mo under the hood, and the casket is covered in graffiti. Why was Brother Love brought back here?
To put words in Mabel's mouth, pretty much. And it was, let's do Brother Love. Really? Why? God damn. So Mabel doesn't have to talk. Pretty much the reason.
Fun stuff. Meltzer would report in the 18th issue of The Observer on December 18th. I should clarify. McMahon was also at the wedding of Richard Glover, which we just said a minute ago was an ESPN exec who was a former Titan VP. And he talked about Bruce Pritchard being the key force in booking, that Brother Love would be getting a huge push, and they were going to introduce a hot looking girl as Sister Love. And there was some speculation it would be ECW's Beulah McGillicuddy, if only because Sister Love was described as being someone who had posed for Penthouse. Can you confirm or deny any memory of this? There was a consideration for a Sister Love?
There was consideration for Beulah at the time, yes. There's definitely consideration for Beulah at the time. And, man, beautiful girl. And she was somebody that had that nice, wholesome kind of look that we were interested in. But there was no Brother Love getting a huge push in any way, shape, or form. But there was talk of bringing Beulah in and seeing whether or not she was available.
Why does Beulah get Vince McMahon's attention, maybe rather than a Tommy Dreamer or somebody else?
Okay. Beulah, Tommy Dreamer. Which one would you rather have around all the time?
Well, you can have them both around if you visit their house, I hear.
Well, I'm just saying that, no, Beulah was someone that kind of stood out there in ECW. And at the time, I remember Lisa Wolfe coming in and wanting to bring in, this was her thing because she had heard of ECW. So why aren't we bringing in Francine? I hear a lot about this Francine. She couldn't pick Francine out of a lineup, but she wanted Francine because someone had told her that name.
That's what I don't get, though, I guess, is if you guys are looking to pull talent from ECW, why are you looking at the women rather than the guys?
Because Vince wanted a hot girl.
And Beulah,
we were looking for a girl at that time for something, and she was hot. And Beulah, I believe at this time, man, she was one of the hottest acts there that everybody was talking about.
I'm not arguing. Beulah was over like Rover.
Yeah.
Would her pornographic background have impeded her from getting an opportunity here through Vince or Lisa Wolfe? Either one?
No, because it was out in the open.
So if you've got hidden porn, that's an issue.
If you got hidden porn, that can be a problem. There's a big difference between when somebody says, "Hey, have you ever done nude pictures? Have you ever done anything that's going to come out to embarrass the company?" And they say no, and then they debut with the company, and 2 weeks later, there's all this stuff that they did. You can prepare for it if you know.
Real question: if somebody says yes, I did a video, does somebody whip out a notebook, sheet of paper, and say, "Okay, what's the name of the video and where is it available?" Like, do you guys review it before?
No.
So
I did. I mean, I did, but
so you had Beulah's tape.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd seen everything that she had done, and it was like, okay, as long as we know about it, I don't care. The whole thing is not knowing, and it's the same thing that happened with China at TNA when I asked her. I said, "Did you do a?" We knew about the stuff that she had done with X-Pac and those tapes that were out, but there was rumor and innuendo that she had done another one, and she flat out denied it.
So here's my question, I guess. You said, not knowing is the issue, and you don't necessarily review the stuff. Hypothetically, would there have been an issue if, they did a video where a guy dressed up like Mean Gene Okerlund's wearing it out?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, China did a video where they dressed up a guy like me.
Oh, I know. That was the video I'd heard about that I asked her about in TNA. She said no.
But my question is, if she'd have said, "Oh yeah," I had
could have been prepared for it.
I had these guys dressed up like John Cena and Hunter and Vince and Mean Gene, and they all
yes, I did that.
Took me to Pound Town.
At least you're prepared for it and you're ready for it when it comes out.
But my question is, does that change it?
No.
Okay, so what they do in the video doesn't matter. Double anal, good to go.
Well, hey, it is what it is. Can't change it.
I hope that's not a shirt. Let's go to In Your House. It's December 17th from Hershey, PA. I did not mean to say Hershey after that. Meltzer said,
yeah, you did. You know you did. You know that you looked ahead and you saw Hershey and you immediately went there.
Oh, God. One bad match after another, Meltzer would write. He gave the match with Undertaker and King Mabel in a casket match that went 6 minutes and 11 seconds, a star and a half. He says it wasn't anywhere near as bad as their previous pay-per-view match. And he's having a lot of fun with this Undertaker character in his newsletter. He chokeslammed Mo and put him in the casket as well, grabbed the necklace, which was the remnants of the urn, to give back to him his magical powers in 1996, and shut the lid. How silly was this? The necklace is my urn, and now I have my magical powers back stuff.
Who said he had magical powers? With the necklace.
Dave Meltzer.
The urn was melted down for jewelry for Kama that later Mo stole. And then he had the damn power of the urn, and Undertaker just wanted his property back so that he could then melt that necklace back into an urn. Why doesn't that make sense?
I'd like to just state clearly here, this was not Vince Russo, this was Bruce Pritchard.
100%.
The next night on Raw, Razor Ramon defends the Intercontinental title against Yokozuna, and during the match, Undertaker comes out of a casket at ringside and Yoko runs away. Why was this done if you guys are trying to set up a match with Brett at Royal Rumble?
Stopgap, just to keep Undertaker out there and remind everybody with Yoko. Just nothing more than a stunt.
All right, so let's put a bow on 1995.
Thank God.
How do you feel like this was a bit of a redemption year for the Undertaker? It feels like, he's back in some of the bigger programs and we know what's coming, but how would you classify this as a year for the Undertaker?
Brutal. In one word, fucking brutal. But there was light around the corner.
There was. Royal Rumble. It takes place in front of a sellout 9,600 fans, January 21st in Fresno, California. Oh, we know the main event, Undertaker, Bret Hart, world title. They go 28 minutes and 31 seconds, and Undertaker gets the win by DQ because, of course, Diesel is going to be there. Before the match, Diesel is leaving the Rumble, and he meets the Undertaker in the aisle, and he shoves Paul Bearer, which causes the two to square off, and officials pull them apart, but it's sort of gives away the finish, I guess. What'd you think of the match here? There's a lot of booing at the end, but it was a really good match. But it's not exactly what the fans wanted because they're really wanting Undertaker to go over. They're booing Brett. Diesel grabs the ref, throws him out of the ring. The ref calls for a DQ. 2 3/4 stars in the Observer, but a clean finish would have made a big difference, don't you think?
No, because you needed to get to Diesel and Undertaker, and I thought that the match was great, really did. I thought that those guys were tremendous. It was meant to kind of divide the crowd there a little bit, and no matter what, first of all, you've got Hart, who's the champion, so they want to see a title change.
Right.
You've got the Undertaker. They're both strong baby faces, but Brett worked like a heel. Brett was easy to boo.
Right.
But the son of a bitch is so damn good. I thought that they set everything up beautifully. The match was made to get to Undertaker and Diesel. That's what it was for. And it was to tell that story. So I thought that the finish was good to get to where we wanted to go.
Let's get to the February 5th edition of Raw. Undertaker's working with Bret Hart for the world title in a Royal Rumble rematch, and Diesel is doing commentary. Of course, Diesel ends up attacking Bret from behind and then power bombing the Undertaker. You guys had a pretty strong lineup that night. Not only this match, but we also saw Diesel and Shawn take on Bulldog and Yokozuna. But Nitro winds up getting the win, a 2.9 to Raw's 2.7. When the rating like that comes down, do you guys start to panic a little bit, given that you sort of pulled out all the big guns for this one?
No, it's not panic. The thing is you're in February, and those were big February sweeps during that time, so you hate to lose during sweeps, but the number was good enough that USA's happy with it, and so it's not panic time at all. I don't think we ever panicked. We just kind of said, okay, shit, we got to keep going to get better.
Let's get to the February 18th In Your House. Undertaker's not on the card, but after the pay-per-view, he defeated Goldust by countout. But the real thing that everybody remembers from this is during the Bret Hart Diesel match for the title inside a cage, the Undertaker comes up from underneath the ring and pulls Diesel down under the ring, which allows Bret to escape the cage and retain the title. And Kevin Nash tells a story where in the planning of this match, Bret was refusing to take the power bomb because he felt it made him look like Diesel was going to beat him. And Undertaker famously said something along the lines of, "Motherfucker, this isn't about you. This is to help make our match mean more at WrestleMania." Any memories of that meeting?
Well, I wasn't in the meeting, but I definitely remember the outcome of it, and that story being repeated a lot. And there was a lot of frustration with Bret because it was, at the time, it was all about Bret, and that wasn't the story here. No different than the Royal Rumble match. That match, I'm sorry, it was, we were getting to Bret and Shawn, and we were getting to Diesel and Undertaker. This match here at this time is, we wanted to tell the story that Diesel had him beat. That was the friggin' story. And Undertaker snatched that victory from him. This also was one of the, which I wish we had done, was one of the greatest ideas I ever heard Kevin Nash have, was when Undertaker pulled him through the ring and the smoke comes out, that when Diesel finally reappeared, his hair was completely gray, or at least have like a gray streak, a white streak running through his hair. And he pitched that, and Vince thought that would make it all a cartoon. And I remember almost stomping my feet like a little child, going, "No, it would be great. What a visual." You know, he gets pulled down in the ring and all this smoke and all this shit comes up. And when he comes up, his eyes are big as saucers. And he's got a white streak. His hair turned white at whatever the hell he saw down there. Obviously we didn't do it, but I thought that would have been awesome.
When did you guys know that Diesel was out of here?
Right about here, I think. Obviously we knew Razor was going, and there was that whole Green Bay incident where Diesel said, "I'll have the meeting with the boys." And when Vince said, "Okay, let's have a meeting with the boys," and you declare you're here, and he backtracked, that's when we unofficially knew, without him coming out and saying it. But it was kind of in this time frame in February. It was obviously before WrestleMania, yeah.
Man,
so you're kind of planning for your way out.
Let's talk about Madison Square Garden, because you guys ran there on March 17th, and you ran with Undertaker and Bret beating Shawn and Diesel by DQ, and Diesel would turn on Shawn, hitting him with a chair, and that set up a post-WrestleMania angle between them. And Meltzer would note in The Observer, this is the first sellout at MSG for a non-pay-per-view event, quote, "So many years nobody can remember the last one," along with setting an all-time house show gate. Do you remember this particular house show?
I sure as hell do, man. It was a big one, and it was an electric feel. We were setting up the cage match for Shawn and Diesel next month. That was the whole curtain call deal. But it was an electric night. It was one of those magical moments in the Garden, because it was pre-WrestleMania when everything is, at that fever pitch. So everything you're doing is going to WrestleMania. And in particular here, we're using that momentum to take us to that next Garden show with Shawn and Diesel. It was an electric night, and it's one of those magical moments that you remember, because it was the first sellout in a long time, and going into that, having all this shit going on was good stuff.
Let's get to WrestleMania 12. It goes down on March 31st, 1996 in Anaheim. 15,885 folks are there, 12,909 of which paid $737,400. The Undertaker pins Diesel in 16 minutes and 46 seconds with a tombstone. Meltzer gave it 2.25 stars. It's pretty well known at this point Diesel's finishing up and leaving for WCW. What did you think of the match?
I actually thought that, we didn't know. Frankly, we didn't know if Diesel was going to try anything cute, but I think that the respect for Undertaker, that he went out and he did business the right way. I thought that the match was good. And this is the frustrating part, because during all this time, you look at Kevin Nash and that Diesel character, man, it progressively, in my opinion, just kept getting better and better. And he was at his peak at this point in time, and at WrestleMania, and then putting him in there with the Undertaker, it was just great shit. And the frustration was what could have been after WrestleMania with Taker and Diesel had he stayed. And that, I guess, is the frustration from our point of view, trying to create and trying to write something for the future. When you build that, you go, God damn, that was good, and then you don't get to capitalize anymore on it.
Right. And it's an interesting time in the WWF because the next night, Mankind's coming in. So you've got Kevin Nash leaving and Mick Foley's coming in as the Mankind character. He debuts on Raw the night after WrestleMania and he beats Bob Holly. Later in the night, we see The Undertaker wrestling Justin Hawk Bradshaw, who go on to be JBL. And Mankind comes out and interferes and attacks The Undertaker and leaves him laying. So Justin Hawk Bradshaw loses by DQ because of this. It's a fun way to debut Mankind, and I'm sure we're going to talk about it at some point in the future. But when did you guys know that Mankind in his first feud was going to be with The Undertaker?
Well, you bring a guy in on top, they're going to be a top guy. And we didn't have anything for Undertaker after the Diesel whole angle and program, so we're needing something for him. They matched up well size-wise and thought, all right, Mick, you're going to sink or swim, and you put him out there with The Undertaker, and he made it count. So it was a gamble, but we had a lot of confidence. Both JR and myself just were like, God, Vince, give him a chance. He's different. He's unique. He was set up to, sink or swim, and that son of a bitch swam for miles with it. And Undertaker loved working with him because he was just there on everything.
You guys do a tour of Germany for the rest of April after this, and Undertaker is working with Diesel throughout. Is this sort of bittersweet for Kevin Nash? Because WCW was not working European tours like this. And I know the guys really hate doing the European tours, but knowing this is probably your last one, is this something that Kevin Nash sort of lives it up on?
Probably so. It is bittersweet because it's the last time he's going to be with, Shawn or Triple H and the Kid for a while. So yeah, he's kind of down about it, but at the same time, business was good there, and go out and have fun on the way out.
In Your House, Good Friends, Better Enemies goes down on April 28th in Omaha, and you guys set a gate record for a wrestling show in Omaha here, drawing 120 grand and change. Undertaker is not on the main pay-per-view, but he is working a dark match, and this time he's working with Mankind, I believe for the very first time. You guys have them do a rematch the next night on Raw, also a dark match. What's the feeling out process for a big act like this? You want to do it? Is there like a hard and fast rule of thumb? You want to do it X number of times, not on TV before you feature it?
If you can, without a doubt. You can let guys get used to each other, get comfortable with each other. But for them, they had chemistry right off the top, and they were able to, gel right away, and it was as if they'd been dancing forever.
On the May 6th edition of Raw, we would see The Undertaker make his return. Here he would wrestle Owen Hart, and Goldust is doing commentary for this match. And during the match, he gets up from the desk and starts to fondle Paul Bearer, which caused Paul to run away. Undertaker gets the win with a tombstone, and it's the second biggest rating in Raw history at this point, doing a 4.1 rating. So this feels like a little bit of a pattern. If you want to pop a number, take Undertaker off TV for a while, and when he comes back, put him in the main event, and you're going to draw a number, right?
Well, yeah, he definitely drew numbers. That's why we kept him off TV. So, again, if you do it every single week, they become accustomed to it. And it's that double-edged sword. So you wait, then they wait for him, to come on, and you do a number. But he was definitely a ratings draw. Still is today.
What did it sound like when Paul Bearer was being fondled by Goldust?
Oh, yes! Lower. Not that low.
On the May 13th Raw, McMahon interviews Undertaker and Bearer, who comes out with a casket with Goldust's name on it. Says this is going to be for their casket match on the pay-per-view. Of course, Goldust comes out, and we've talked a lot about this on our Goldust episode, but me and you just saw that Goldust casket after all these years. That's got to be kind of weird to see a prop like that you haven't seen in, 22 years?
It's been a while, but, it had a lot of history. The Goldust caskets, we actually had a few of them, and some of them had his logo on it and different things like that, but that was good stuff because that's when we started customizing. It was just, it was fun, neat stuff.
On the May 20th edition of Raw, JR interviewed Paul Bearer, who had a casket, and said the Undertaker was in it. Mankind came out and tried to do something to the casket while Goldust kept trying to make out with Bearer. Eventually, the casket is overturned and beaten with a pole. And this takes us to In Your House 8, Beware of Dog, which we've covered in long form in our archives over at somethingtowrestle.com. This is the famous pay-per-view where the lights went out. We've got a full story about this match and the rematch that we encourage you to check out at somethingtowrestle.com. Through the rest of June, Undertaker and Mankind are in house shows. And then it's reported in the Observer, and I don't know when we'll talk about this again. On June 24th, it comes out that the WWF has started doing HIV testing. How does this come about? What do you remember about you guys testing for HIV seemingly for the first time?
I want to say that the whole HIV thing came up from Oregon. The Oregon State Athletic Commission started mandating that for wrestling and boxing that they had to have HIV testing. So when they did it, we had to comply, and we started adding that to, everything else that we had to do for license applications in the state of Oregon. And I'm pretty sure that's when this started, that we did the HIV testing.
Yeah. It's a weird time in the country too, because around this same time is when there started to be a big push nationally, for people to get tested, and they were wearing ribbons on TV, and there was a real world character that introduced HIV and AIDS to my generation. And it all happened around this same era. Let's go to King of the Ring 1996. Of course, we've also covered this show in our archive, somethingtowrestle.com. Mankind's going to beat the Undertaker here in 18 minutes and 21 seconds with the mandible claw. This is one of my favorite feuds that the Undertaker ever had. Meltzer liked this match too. He gave it 3.25 stars. Any issue with Undertaker doing the job here?
Absolutely not, because he enjoyed working with Mankind, and it was a new opponent for him. And with Mankind, he saw the future, and he saw, man, I can get a long program with this character. And you can't have a long program if you go out and beat the guy the first time.
Mick wrote of this match, I think this match was actually a corner turner for the Federation, as it applied liberal use of chairs and outside the ring brawling that actually enhanced a rivalry instead of blowing it off. The match also featured amusing guest commentary of Owen Hart. Do you agree with Mick's assessment of the match, Bruce?
Absolutely. And it was a time that Vince was allowing a lot more leeway, because Vince didn't like all of that stuff, but he trusted Undertaker, and Undertaker trusted Mick, and Mick had proven that, man, he was different. He was unique, and he was able to get his stuff over. So it was, yeah, that's a great way to phrase it the way he did.
The next night on Raw, Undertaker's taking on Steve Austin in the first of what would be many matches over the coming years. And this is sort of an interesting time because the night before, Austin won King of the Ring. Goldust comes out and does commentary. And when the Undertaker goes for a tombstone, Goldust throws glitter in his eyes for the DQ. And it's a big night for Austin, man. He just did the Austin 316 promo the night before, and now he's working on top with the Undertaker. Pretty big deal for Steve Austin, don't you think?
Yeah, we thought we had ourselves a hell of a heel on our hands. And some bitch had people with Austin 316 signs all over the place. But our intent at the time was to have this red hot heel in Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Apparently,
the audience wasn't going to have it.
Apparently, the WWF learned their lesson from that NATPE deal we talked about before, because in July, or in the July 8th Observer here, Meltzer would report the WWF sent Mero and Sable, Undertaker and Paul Bearer, and Shawn Michaels and Sonny to the New York licensing fair and had a full-blown media packet with complimentary videotapes and lots of space. WCW, by comparison, had a small bit of space as part of the Turner booth and had a one-page piece of paper to hand out. Randy Savage and Glacier were there. When people asked who Glacier was, the TV execs had no idea and just said, he's one of our biggest and most popular stars. Needless to say, the WWF made the better impression, and Sonny was around the place in her cowgirl outfits, and the execs were following her into the booth, doing the old school trade show routine of, hey, let's get a hot girl in hot pants and get her to drag them in. If you've listened to our Sonny episode, that's probably funny for multiple reasons. Do you remember these sort of licensing fairs and how important they were to the company's revenue?
Well, I do. And even going back to NATPE, they didn't blow us away. They were a part of a Turner booth. The Turner booth was one of the largest at NATPE, and they had a huge booth. And WCW and Hulk Hogan was a very, very small part of it. It was the only thing they had. We had a booth that was just WWF. So you're comparing again, it's not a fair comparison, because yes, we did have people in it. They're representing WCW for a couple of hours a day. We were representing WWF all day long, every day. And same thing here. They're part of a TBS exhibit, and they're a small part of it. And we had our own booth. We had our own representation. They were being part of a package for the Turner programming folks, and we were selling ourselves. So the Turner people, at times, and like at NATPE, man, they had Hulk Hogan. You weren't going to get a bigger star than Hulk Hogan. So they didn't have that here. They had Randy Savage, but they didn't know any better.
Let's get to In Your House 9, International Incident, July 21st, Vancouver, British Columbia. Undertaker beats Goldust by DQ in 12 minutes and 7 seconds. And this happens because when the Undertaker is about to tombstone, all of a sudden, as he goes for the pin, Mankind comes from out from under the ring and puts the mandible claw on him. This gets a DQ, and then he drags Undertaker under the ring. Smoke comes out from under the ring, and the fans start to chant rest in peace. Eventually, the Undertaker pops up from the other side, chases Mankind to the back, and they set up the Boiler Room Brawl match because they're fighting backstage. It got 2 stars. Anything else you'd like to touch on, since we've kind of covered this on the Goldust show?
Yeah, I think we covered it all, but it was the birth of the ominous Boiler Room. The dark and ominous Boiler Room.
Let's talk about where business was year over year for just a minute. The WWF in 95 was averaging 3,275 in paid attendance for their live shows. By the same period in 96, they're averaging 5,486. The gates went from $44,658 to $80,502. Now, here's what's interesting. So a lot more people are coming out to see the product. They're paying a lot more money, but the cable rating actually goes from a 2.13 to a 2.03. And the buy rate goes from a 0.95 to a 0.79. So your average pay-per-view revenue is actually down from 2.66 to 2.19. What does it say about the business, Bruce, when almost twice as many people are paying almost twice as much live, but when it comes to TV, they're down, and when it comes to pay-per-view, it's down?
Well, I'll say this about the house shows at the time. We were delivering house shows that were excellent. The guys were working top to bottom hard. We had competition. WCW breathing down our neck, and the guys were fighting. The guys were fighting hard, and the just word of mouth in a lot of respects was getting out that the house shows were worth going to, and it was something special. I can't explain the damn the pay-per-view numbers because business was good, and we're sitting there going, okay. When I say business was good, the house show business was good, and people were coming out. And to get people to get in their car, take the family down, and make that investment, you got to go, God damn, why aren't they buying the damn pay-per-view? I think that it was a big part of there was too much pay-per-view. We were doing monthly. WCW was doing monthly, and our in-your-house formula was less than, the 5 big ones. So they didn't feel that they had to get it every month. You know what I mean?
Right.
It was cheaper. It was 2 hours. It wasn't as good as, I'll wait for the big one, was kind of the mentality.
Well, the big one was SummerSlam, August 18th, 1996, Cleveland, Ohio. They were doing 14,926 folks paying $413,000, which is a state for all of Ohio. And Mankind beats The Undertaker in 26 minutes and 20 seconds of the Boiler Room match. I was a big fan of this match. I especially loved the turn of Paul Bearer at the end. We covered it in long form in our archives. I realize I've said that a lot, but 96 was a hot year for the company, and it's won a lot of polls. So find our SummerSlam 1996 episode if you'd like to hear more about how the whole Boiler Room match came to be and what Bruce thought of it. It's at somethingtowrestle.com, or of course, youtube.com/something to wrestle. Mick wrote of this match, though, the match was either a classic or a disaster, depending on whom you talk to. There's really no middle ground. I believe the former, and in many ways, the Boiler Room Brawl felt like it was an unloved child whose goodness only I could see. I remember Michael Hayes pumping me up before I stepped into the room by saying, Cactus, this is the match that you'll be showing your grandchildren, and saying, this is what Grandpa used to do. Vince liked the match so much, he decided not to do commentary over it, even though, as usual, I'd visualized much of the match with Vince and JR in mind. One journalist described it as being a Hollywood fight scene, except way too long. I think that needs to be rethought a little. A 3-minute Hollywood fight scene can take weeks to rehearse and film. We did ours in one take with one camera. We haven't really covered Mick's take on the match before, Bruce. What do you think of Mick's recollection of this?
It's a great analogy, especially the Hollywood analogy, because Hollywood couldn't have done it. Like you said, it would take them weeks to do it, and they couldn't have done it the way that we did. It was a walkthrough, and then kind of laying things out and taking a cameraman and saying, okay, here's what we're looking for, and praying that they get it right and that they capture it. So it was kudos to the talent for laying it out, and for the camera work and the direction that was given to actually capture what we captured on tape, to give it. Hindsight's 20/20. I think that commentary definitely would have helped it, but that's hindsight. When we were watching it, you're watching it kind of in a vacuum, and you're looking at it going, oh my God, this is great. This is fabulous. This is incredible. You're not thinking, you're not putting yourself at home watching the match on television. The other thing that we completely, I think, kind of shit the bed on is we weren't really thinking about the audience, the live audience. We did think about it. So, okay, well, we'll put the screens up and have them watch it. But it took a lot of air out of the room by doing it that way. And that's shit that you learn after you do it. I love the match. I thought it was great, and it told a tremendous story. But yeah, it would have been helped by commentary, and would have been helped. It definitely would have helped if we would have had a big Titantron too, and a better kind of sound system and shit, and actually had commentary on the damn thing. I think would have helped it tremendously. But it was good shit.
The next night on Raw, Paul Bearer and Mankind do an interview with Bearer saying he's been carrying Undertaker, and now Undertaker has passed away. So the music plays, the lights go out, and the Druids bring out a limp Undertaker to ringside and deposit him on the floor. Then his music plays. He sits up and raises his arms, and Bear and Mankind run away. On August 24th, you guys ran a show at Exhibition Stadium in Toronto. It's the 10-year anniversary of when you ran the big event in the same stadium in 1986. And back then in 86, it was Hogan and Orndorff for the world title on top, and they drew more than 60,000 fans. Here you draw 21,000 fans, paying 436,000 Canadian. Undertaker would beat Mankind in a casket on that show. And because it's such a big house show, I wanted to ask, what do you remember of this? How did this come together? Whose idea was it? And were you pleased with the gate?
Yeah, I think everybody was pleased with the gate. It was just another opportunity to do this as part of whatever the fair was at the Exhibition Stadium there in Toronto. And Carl DeMarco brought it to us and wanted to run something different than the Sky Dome that we had normally run. And then later on, I guess it was the Molson Center. But an opportunity to just do a show. And it was viewed as a house show for us. But everything that was done in Canada, especially during this time with Carl DeMarco, he tried to make a big deal out of. Rightfully so. He was a promoter and tried to do shit. But I was pleased with it. Yeah.
Meltzer puts in his newsletter around this time that Mark Henry's coming in for what he believes is a 10-year contract of $250,000 a year on a downside guarantee. And that's big money for somebody starting, and it's guaranteed money. Do you remember there being any sort of heat on Mark for coming in with such a big contract?
Well, he didn't have that big of a contract, and Meltzer's numbers, as usual, were incorrect. So there was rumor. Everybody was talking, Vince signed this guy to a 10-year deal for all this money, and that just wasn't true. So, but, when Meltzer would report it, got a shitload of heat on Mark and got a shitload of heat on everybody, because when you compare it, you say, well, wait a minute, I've been busting my ass all these years, and this guy comes in and hasn't had one wrestling match and is making all this money. So, that rumor and innuendo definitely hurt Mark big time because people believed it, and it, just simply wasn't true.
Meltzer reported in the September 16th edition of The Observer that Undertaker missed the house shows due to a staph infection in his arm. He cut the arm during the Boiler Room match, which we covered, SummerSlam 96. But apparently this cut gets infected working some shots over Labor Day weekend for Carlos Colon in Puerto Rico. He winds up hospitalized and pumped full of IV fluids to try to kill the infection, but he wasn't well enough to make the shots. So with him off the tour, they bring in Mark Henry and, of all people, Cowboy Bill Watts to work angles with Mankind. What do you remember about this Undertaker staph infection? We need the Cowboy routine.
Oh my God! Well, first of all, the damn thing, he heard it in the Boiler Room Brawl, and that's where it got infected. And when they stitched it up with a baseball stitch. It was so tight that there was no way for it to breathe, and the damn thing just festered. And it was in Puerto Rico where Undertaker bent his elbow for the first time, and the stitches and everything burst. And as legend has it, the pus and all the goo just went all the way across the locker room, and this horrendous smell came from his elbow, and they did their best to gauze it all up and try and wrap it all up so that he could work. And then when he got back, the fever kicked in, and all that other good shit that comes along with staph infection. And had he not, gone in right when he did, the consequences could have been a whole hell of a lot worse. So he was in a bad way, had to go into the hospital for several days and get intravenous injections of antibiotics and fluids and everything. So you asked about Bill Watts. I'll give you a long story, but it was looking at Tulsa, and JR thought, well, hell, damn, Cowboy's right there, and you need a substitution. Well, damn, Cowboy would step in and do something with Mankind. He didn't have to do a whole lot. And Cowboy Bill Watts was a big name in Tulsa. So Vince, picked up the phone. Hey, Bill, how you doing, pal? How'd you like to kick Mankind's ass? Anytime that Bill would have an opportunity to look good in his hometown, he's going to jump at it. So it was a fun deal. get people talking a little bit and get some local talk and local press.
Well, I want to talk about something else that happened in September that I don't think we've ever really talked about before. Shane McMahon was married on September 14th. How do you remember this affecting the company? What was Vince like? What was Linda like? What do you remember about Shane McMahon's wedding? And I want to ask at the same time, because I know just based on that date that JJ Dillon was walking out on the company around this same time. Let's first talk about the McMahon wedding, and then let's talk about JJ choosing this to be the time he takes a hike from Vince McMahon.
Well, the wedding, I mean, it didn't affect the company really at all. A lot of us were invited. We all went to the wedding. It was a hell of a wedding and an unbelievable reception at the Pierre Hotel. But it didn't affect the company really at all. It was half the company guys were in South Africa. We had a tour going on there at the time, and JJ, I think, quit that Wednesday, walked in and resigned and gave a letter to Vince and had resigned. So the timing wasn't great for Vince to deal with that, but that's what happened.
That's it.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to go into, because the rest of it is a bunch of personal shit that I'm not going to get into. If JJ wants to talk about it, let JJ talk about it, but I'm not going to comment on it.
You feeling okay?
Yeah.
Well, what can you tell us about Shane's wedding? Of course, we know that he married, if this is even possible, someone with as much or maybe more money at the time.
Well, he married Marissa Mazzola, who's just like movie star looking, beautiful young lady, and they had been dating for some time. It was it was a wedding. It was a formal affair that was just one of those magnificent storybook weddings that was really crazy. I remember them doing the Hava Nagila thing, which I don't think there wasn't anybody Jewish there, but it was where they have the mother of the bride up on a chair,
right?
And they parade her around, and they drop Joe Mazzola, who was the mother of the bride. But it was a wild, crazy, just great fun wedding, man. It was a wedding McMahon style, as I like to say. But I spent most of my time with Fred Blassie there, and we just had a good time with he and his wife.
Freestyle, how much you think a McMahon wedding costs here?
Oh my God. I couldn't even imagine. Seriously, I couldn't even imagine. The Pierre Hotel, I remember Pat talking about how the Pierre Hotel was like the most exclusive, expensive hotel in all of Manhattan and all this other. I mean, it was extravagant. It was completely the opposite of the New Yorker, where we stayed for Monday Night Raw. Okay, so if you can imagine New York elegance, that's what it was. I mean, it was
like the Plaza
pure
Hotel.
Class.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about what you clearly don't want to talk about, because he's written about it a lot. And he being JJ Dillon, he says that Vince McMahon put him as head of talent relations, and it happened at a time when the company was under a lot of scrutiny for the steroid era, and he had to sort of shepherd things along during that era when maybe there were some questionable decisions made, and he was concerned about that. Now, he never names any particular instance, and we're not going to do that now. And besides, if we would, the statute of limitations is way gone. But either way, he was uncomfortable with this, but he did it anyway. He's got a special needs son, and he had a younger wife and a daughter with her, and they had bought a house based on their current income and a loan from Vince McMahon. They had previously just been renting, but they decided to buy, and they commit. Now they have this big mortgage, and not too long after Vince helps make arrangements, meaning gets his banker on the line, pulls some strings, and then Vince actually loans him a chunk of money to help buy this house and agrees to let, him just pay it back, payroll deducted. And he is paying interest on the money, but it's still a very nice gesture from Vince. Not too long after this happens, the company has to cut some costs because of the expenses of the lawsuit for steroids and just revenue being down. So allegedly, all the wrestling people take a pay cut, but some of the office people do not. But if you're what Vince perceives as a wrestling person, you take a substantial cut. JJ always took issue with this, according to his book, because he felt like a 5% cut across the board would have handled everything. But instead, the wrestling people take the massive cut and the office people.
You gotta get excited about saving people all those dollars. They can limousine ride and jet fly now with that extra cash.
And they can style and profile with a quick 10-minute phone call right now to 425-0105.
That's 425-0105. Woo!
SaveWithConrad.com.
People are sort of not affected. Lord Alfred Hayes takes great issue and just walks out and decides to quit, and he's out of here. But JJ can't do that. He's got to find a way to make it work. But he's barely scraping by before the cut. So after, there's just no hope. So he tries to sell his house. He puts his house up for sale, but doesn't want anyone to know that it's for sale because he doesn't want anyone to think that he's leaving. When he finally does sell and close on the sale of that house, he goes and tenders his resignation. And he knew this was coming, so slowly but surely he had been cleaning things out of his office for weeks leading up to the closing of the house. Once the house is gone, he sits down with Vince and quits. And I'm sure Vince thought he could maybe talk to him, but immediately JJ goes and turns in all of his stuff and leaves the building. And he's out of there. Allegedly, there was a call that happens over the weekend where they offered JJ a huge sum of money, and they do this because they don't want him to sort of ruin the wedding. And Vince even asks, are you doing this to ruin my son's wedding and draw attention with the New York press or whatever Vince was concerned about? JJ insists that's not the case. So after getting a huge severance offer, he finds out later the severance offer has been reneged because he's been, quote unquote, meeting with WCW. And JJ would say, I just took my family to Disney World and we happened to run into Scott Hall and his family at one of the rides. I wasn't there in a formal meeting at all. And things did not end well with JJ and Vince. Can you poke holes in anything that I've just laid out that's really a Cliff Notes version of JJ's story?
Well, I don't know what conversations Vince and JJ had. I do know that as wrestling people, we all took massive cuts. JJ Dillon wasn't the only one that took a massive cut. I took a massive cut. We all did. If we were on the wrestling side, yes, we took massive cuts, and it was tough, without a doubt. Would a 5% cut across the board been better? Sure, it would have been. Absolutely. But there were other things that happened between Vince and JJ, and that's between Vince and JJ. But I think that a lot of that was due to Lisa Wolfe, and I think that a lot of that was due to her getting in between Vince and JJ, where Vince and JJ no longer had a relationship, that everything went through Lisa, and that hurt JJ. So anything, and again, I don't want to comment on their shit because I wasn't there for it. And I don't know what transpired between the two of them. I don't know what transpired with any severance packages or anything like that. That's getting into he said, she said shit. And for me to comment on it would be total speculation, and it's not fair to anybody involved. So I'll let JJ comment on his version of what things are, and if Vince wants to comment on his shit, he can comment on his shit. For me to do so as a third party coming in like Dave Meltzer and trying to say, well, here's what happened based on bullshit that he's heard from different sources. So I'm not going to do that. But the fact that, yeah, we all took massive pay cuts.
JJ wrote in his book that there was a lady in the office who potentially had a crush on him and tried to put him in uncomfortable situations where it could be conceived that they were having some sort of, or it could be perceived rather, bad choice of words there, that they were having some sort of relationship. Are you referring to Lisa Wolfe as being that person in the office, perhaps?
I don't know if she was ever coming on to him, but she was definitely the one that was in between him and Vince. She got in between all of us and Vince. She wanted to be the only person that reported to Vince, and she tried to insulate Vince from everyone else in the company. And it was, it was a bad situation. And it wasn't just JJ, it was all of us.
I'm a nerd for this type of stuff, so I've always wanted to ask this, and we've never talked about it off air, but I've heard so many stories about Lisa Wolfe from the different books, from Kevin Nash's shoot interviews, from you. Do you think Lisa Wolfe would be a topic worthy of a show on its own?
Whew, that would be a horribly negative show. I think she was bad for the company. I think she was bad for business. And I never thought that her intentions were pure. And here's the thing that always astonished me, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm just naive and I'm stupid, but one of the things that she used to say was that really talented people and the most successful people only stay at a job a year and a half to 2 years most, that the best people move around. Well, I was raised that, you were kind of judging how long you stayed somewhere. And that if you could hold a job and you could advance in that job, then that was the trick. Like the old wrestlers used to say, if it wasn't the guy who was on top, it was the guy that could buy the house and stay in a territory for a long period of time. And that was her MO. And she liked to bring in people huge, Hollywood producers and Hollywood directors that had, quote, credentials, but couldn't last 2 days with the work that we had at the studio, that weren't able to hang in that environment. But because they came from Hollywood, oh my God, this guy worked with Martin Scorsese. Who the fuck cares? Can you go produce? Can you go? I mean, what ideas do you have? It just, for her, it was a horrible period in the company. She was brought in as an HR specialist, and I thought that she did more damage than she did good. I felt that a lot of her hires were some of the people that were some of the biggest detriments to the company in the history of the company. And, it just was it was not, I mean, that was a bad, you talk about dark times, you talk about like negative, like dark shit. She told me one time about taking a call from my wife, and I said, don't ever tell me what to do with my personal life ever again. And there were those of us, I was one of them, and I tried to toe the company line and go through her. And I got to the point to where the advice she was giving me and the input she was giving me was killing me. You would have to rehearse a meeting with her before you could go in and talk to Vince, and she had to be present. And I called Vince one day and I said, Vince, I can't do this anymore. He said, you can't do what anymore? I said, I can't rehearse meetings with you. He said, what are you talking about? I said, before I'm allowed to go in and speak to you, I have to talk to her first and tell her everything I'm going to say. And if I go off of that, I'm chastised after the fact. I said, I can't do it anymore. Either I can deal directly with you. We were in the limo after this. I said, man, I can't do it. I got to go. Thank you. I got to go. And he told me, he goes, you don't have to deal with her anymore. And we all had, I was fortunate in that I had that opportunity to get with him, and he would take my call. But not everybody did, and she made it very difficult for people. So yeah, that would be just a negative, horrible, dark topic.
Well,
and she tried to get involved with the boys, and she tried to get involved with talent hiring, and she didn't have a clue.
Well, we want to hear from you. If you want to hear a show, maybe a bonus show about Lisa Wolfe, go ahead and tweet us at Bruce Pritchard, at Hey, it's Conrad. If you're interested, we'll try to find a way to put it together for you. Let's get going here, though. In Your House Mind Games, one of my very favorite pay-per-views of all time, September 22nd, Philadelphia. It draws 15,000 folks, 11,000 of which are 11,969 paid an all-time record for an In Your House live gate, $210,290. Of course, everybody remembers the ECW stint, but that's available in the archives as well. SomethingToWrestle.com. What? Undertaker gets a win over Goldust here in a final curtain match. 10 minutes and 23 seconds. Meltzer would write, the heat spot was Goldust throwing Goldust in the Undertaker's eyes, so he sold for a few minutes. Then he made the big comeback and won with a tombstone, star and a half. Of course, he would make another appearance later in the night during the Shawn Michaels Mankind title match. After the match had already ended in DQ, Mankind sat up a la Undertaker and went to put Michaels in the casket. But when they opened the lid, the Undertaker gets out of the casket and he chased Mankind to the back. This is probably one of the best matches Shawn Michaels and Mankind ever had, separately or together. Certainly underrated. I can't wait for us to cover it sometime. But it feels like a pay-per-view that's really just designed, at least from the Undertaker's involvement, rather, to continue this feud with Mankind, right?
It was, but it was also to showcase Mankind with somebody else, and I thought that it did. I mean, it accomplished that because it showed that Mankind can work with any and everybody and not just the big monster and make it great. Now, he had Shawn to work with, so, that makes it a little bit easier. But, man, it was fan-fucking-tastic.
The next night on Raw, Taker beat Mankind in about 4 minutes in the last match of the night before the show goes off the air. They're back at MSG on the 29th. And we see Taker and Michaels beat Mankind and Goldust. And on the October 7th Raw, we see Undertaker digging a grave for Mankind in preparation for their Buried Alive match. Did you shoot this vignette? What can you tell us about these Undertaker digging skits?
Shot them all. And it was some of the most fun that I ever had, just be able to go out and work in the cemeteries. And we actually shot the Undertaker stuff and Mankind stuff all kind of at the same time and everything. And it was so that you had the same hole. But this is where one of my favorite lines was having Mick take a bump into the hole that was dug. And when he gets in there, he looks around and looks up at Paul. And I had the camera up there and just look up at Paul and go, Uncle Paul, it's too short for the Undertaker. Because they were, going out and it was like Undertaker's digging a grave and Mankind's digging a grave. And he goes to Undertaker's grave and realizes that's where Undertaker's going to be buried. But then it's like, it's too short for the Undertaker. I had a blast. I loved going into the cemeteries and shooting until 5 o'clock in the morning and just, it was an ambiance. It was good stuff. That's also the shot where we learned that if you have wasps in a wasp nest nearby, do not shoot it with pepper spray. Bad idea.
Meltzer wasn't sold on Livewire as a bad idea. In the middle of the month, he wrote about it in the Observer. He says, conceptually, Livewire is a great idea for a show with fan interaction, but they've got the wrong people doing it and the wrong ideas. Some of our younger listeners may not remember what Livewire was. Explain what the concept was, how it came together, who was putting it together, what you liked, what you didn't like.
Livewire was an attempt to kind of there was this thing that was brand new, which was called the internet. And people could actually get on a keyboard thing at their own house and they could interact with people all over the world. So it was part that. We also used where people could phone in, and it was a way to interact with the audience live on a Saturday morning. It was supposed to be geared originally when it was Mania and kind of a kid show, and then it developed where Vince wanted more interactive with the audience and people asking questions live, because he always felt, anything can happen when it's live. Todd Pettengill was good doing live because Todd did radio, and he felt that Todd kind of steering the ship there is what needed to be done. We tried a lot of incarnations, but just I think that the time zone, I want to say it was 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning on USA, and everything else, it just didn't work. I don't know that our audience was that into, at the time, being interactive. It was all a new thing, and it was a little bit ahead of its time.
Ahead of its time too is In Your House Buried Alive. It goes on October 20th in Indianapolis. It sets a record there. Well, I mean, I guess it's the largest since the 92 WrestleMania for a gate of 135,000 and change. 8,200 of those folks paid. The total attendance is around 9,600. Undertaker gets the win over Mankind in 18 minutes and 25 seconds in the Buried Alive match. And they had built a dirt mound cemetery behind the ringside seats on the arena floor. And although the ending was goofy, the match itself was a really good effort by both. Mankind took lots of crazy bumps into the guardrail, over the guardrail, onto the floor, and onto the steps. That's all directly from the Observer. Meltzer really liked it. He gave it 3 3/4 stars. He says that Undertaker got out and chokeslams Mankind into the grave for the victory and started burying him with dirt. And as the ref tried to stop the Undertaker from throwing dirt on him, he twice threw the ref off the cemetery mound. Finally, Terry Gordy showed up under a mask with a shovel and hit Undertaker with a shovel, pulled Mankind out of the grave, and put Undertaker in the grave. Several heels began burying the Undertaker until the thunder and lightning in the arena and the carry finish. Now, the carry finish is where you see the glove pop up right in front of the tombstone. It's the Undertaker's glove. Sort of an interesting concept, pretty hokey, pretty silly, but pretty damn fun, at least for me. What can you tell us about this Buried Alive match that we've never really talked about before?
Well, what the hell do? You talk about burying people alive. You have a casket match, but we never actually buried someone alive. So we said, well, why not? Let's actually bury someone alive. That came in one of those what if conversations. So we started, playing with it, and we constructed the set in the studio, looked at it, and it worked, and it was pretty damn cool looking. But to me, it was the perfect capper for an end to the Mankind Undertaker program at that time. The whole thing with Terry Gordy was something that, looking for another opponent for the Undertaker after the fact. Michael Hayes had suggested Terry. We were looking for just somebody, and he suggested Terry. Terry had fallen on hard times, but Vince didn't want Terry Gordy. So he came up with the Executioner, putting him under a hood and be the Executioner and the guy to actually hit the lethal blow on Undertaker to get him into the hole. But is that Kerry that did the hand through the deal?
I don't know.
That was my gimmick, the whole hand through the thing that I'd come up with, but I thought I got it from the Living Dead or something like that.
So
that really bad B movie.
Let's talk about the fucking tombstone. The tombstone looks pretty legit.
It was legit.
Where do you guys get the tombstone?
From a tombstone maker. Tombstones are us.
Thank you. I was hoping you were going to do it. It didn't sound like you got it right away, but then you brought it right home where I needed it.
No, it was excellent. And we did that. I think we did that for a couple of them. And then the fear of that damn thing, because it weighs a ton. The fear of that damn thing coming down on somebody just got to be too much. And we kind of ixnayed that and started doing gimmick tombstones that weren't real, actual granite fucking tombstones that weigh 8,000 pounds.
What was Undertaker and Mankind's reaction to hearing they're actually going to work a buried alive match with a real grave?
What the fuck y'all been smoking? But they loved it. I mean, they liked it because it was something different. And it, well, at the time you're thinking this is a one-off. How in the hell are you ever going to do another buried alive match? But, and that's truthfully, that's what we were thinking too. We're thinking, man, this is a one-time deal. We'll never bring this back. But once you kind of got into it, it made sense. I think he can make anything make sense. But we got in there where it's like, hey, yeah, this makes sense. It's the logical culmination of the feud.
Let's talk a little bit about the actual setup for the match itself. Does somebody sit down and draw this up? How does this come to be? I mean, who had the original concept? Who made the original drawings? How many incarnations of it were there? How did you get air to the Undertaker? How did the arm pop up at the end? Show us how the sausage is made.
No, that'd be giving away the magic trick. But the Richie Posner, Magic Man, we always talk about. Richie Posner is the one who came up with it, drew it up, had it built. And it's just a whole contraption built of friggin' dirt. And I'm not going to tell you how the trick was done, but literally, they were buried alive. They were completely buried. They were safe in there, but they were 100% buried, and we got oxygen to them. And the hand gimmick, that was actually Undertaker's hand coming through at the end underneath it. So it's you get them to a safe place, and everybody's good. But it was like a rebar.
Mm-hmm.
Am I saying that right?
Yep.
Like it's a rebar mound, but basically packed with dirt. No different than when you would build a pool. And that's how it was built. But once, everything was right, everybody was completely safe.
You're not allowed to take...
Scary.
You're not allowed to bow out twice like this on the JJ stuff and now here. I mean,
I'm not going to give away the magic trick. I told you they had oxygen in there. They were safe, but they were actually buried because you had to shoot. You had to shoot it so they were actually buried, so that you could see they were actually really and truly buried.
Don't forget, kids. Next week on Keeping Kayfabe with Brother Love, we're covering No Way Out 1998, where we're going to find out. Kane was Undertaker's real brother.
Guys back in the old days kept kayfabe, kind of like the Crusher.
It's kind of funny, Bruce. I know this is not something we plan to talk about, but earlier this week, somebody posted a incredible promo in black and white from the Crusher on Facebook, and I texted it to Rick, and he couldn't wait to call me and tell me how that dude was the man when he was a kid, and all the great Crusher memories. And we're hoping to honor that a little bit, boys and girls. So go donate, give all you can. thecrusher.org. Let's talk
Crusher.
Let's get back to Terry Gordy for a minute here, because I've always been curious how this deal comes together. According to the legend, he had an incident with drugs and he overdosed on a plane, and he was never quite the same mentally ever since. And I never met him, but he's a great friend of ours, Michael P.S. Hayes. And it feels like something that Hayes would have tried to get him a gig for. But as you said, they didn't want Terry Gordy. How does the executioner become the gimmick?
It was something to go along with the Buried Alive and the Undertaker theme. So you got an Undertaker. He thought the executioner was something that would fit the Undertaker and an opponent for the Undertaker. But Michael had come to us and suggested Terry, and Terry had been, he had this incident on the plane. And he wasn't the Terry Gordy of old. However, I think there was a soft spot, especially in my heart, and definitely Michael's, for the Terry Gordy of old, and really wanting to do whatever we could to see if there was anything left that we could, help him out and use Terry and put him in this spot, and knew that Undertaker would be able to get anything out of him if there was something to get out of him. But Michael actually sat in on the meeting with me and Vince with Terry, and explained to him that, hey, this could be your last shot. And unfortunately, it was, but it was an attempt to do something. There was a spot available, and he was a big guy, and back in his day was one of the greatest that ever laced up a pair of boots.
Let's get to Survivor Series, November 16th, 1996. Can't wait to cover this MSG show someday long form. We drew the second largest North American gate here for $529,522. 16,266 fans are paying there. And as part of the weekend, we have the WWE's Hall of Fame, or I guess that's the WWF at the time. And it's an induction ceremony the night prior to the event. And it happens at the Marriott Marquis Hotel, very near Times Square, maybe in Times Square. And the word is that most enjoyed the ceremony, particularly when Shane McMahon gave a speech about his grandfather. But they were charging fans $125 a head, which a lot of fans thought was pretty pricey. But this is before it became an arena show, and it was more like a banquet, right?
It was exactly a banquet with horrible dried chicken and cold potatoes and a couple of green beans. But it was presented that way, to come and have dinner with the stars. And we had the different talent sitting at different tables throughout the Hall of Fame. So they were sitting with talent. Each table had somebody sitting with them. So it was a unique experience as well.
In the match, Undertaker would pin Mankind at Survivor Series. So they go 14 minutes and 52 seconds after a tombstone. But what's most notable about the match is that Paul Bearer is in a cage above the ring, and the Undertaker comes down from the ceiling with a totally new look. He looks like a bat, I guess. He has wings on, and he's got a new haircut as well. And Meltzer says this was a way to debut a new Undertaker who does more wrestling. He writes, "This match made psychological sense, but was nowhere close to the level of some of the matches the previous two had." All in all, he gave it 2.25 stars. And, of course, the Executioner nailed Undertaker from behind. And that's sort of how we get the finish here. What do you remember about this match? The re-debut, if that's the right word, of the Undertaker, since, you fucking murdered him and buried him literally and figuratively the week or the month prior. Now he's back here coming down from the ceiling. We've seen the Undertaker be sent to heaven at Royal Rumble, and I guess he was sent to hell at Buried Alive. So somehow he makes a full cycle like evaporation, and he comes down from heaven. Talk me through this. He
descends from the heavens and from the skies above. It was symbolic. Last time we had saw him, he was underground, and now he descends from the heavens to come back and return. I used to call it his pirate phase, because I thought his outfit looked kind of like a Johnny Depp swashbuckling pirate a little bit. I hated the outfit. I just, it was something new, and he had pulled his hair back and had the teardrop little tattoo underneath his eye. And I guess maybe I was attached to the old Undertaker gimmick. I always liked the Undertaker of old. I liked the original Undertaker. And sometimes the new attempts to freshen him up, if you will, I guess I didn't always embrace, but I didn't really care for it. I thought the match was fine, but again, it was just another match in the series.
Well, I mean, you say series, but this feels like the blow off. Is this not supposed to be the blow off of the Mankind feud?
Well, really, the damn the Buried Alive match was supposed to be the blow off, and then we'll get another one. But it was a way to bring him back and just kind of introduce this new look and another version of the Undertaker. So it was, as time went on, they had a shitload more.
The next night on Raw, during the Austin Mankind match, the Executioner would interfere and attack Austin. Undertaker makes the save for Austin, but Austin turns around and attacks the Undertaker. And when the Undertaker's about to make his comeback, Austin walks off. The rest of November sees Taker beat Vader, Goldust, and Mankind on house shows. And you guys go to Dubai in early December. And that gets us to the December In Your House, which is December 15th in West Palm Beach, Florida. It draws a sellout of 5,700 fans. And we see the Undertaker work with the Executioner in an Armageddon rules match, which is basically the same rules as a 70s NWA Texas death match, in that falls don't count, and the match continues until one man can't answer the bell. These guys do everything, including the Undertaker making a comeback and throwing Mankind through the window of the house setup for the In Your House set. And then he throws him back out the front door. They brawl all through backstage, and they actually wind up with the executioner taking a bump into a pond, which is just outside of the building, which as a kid really tickled me. They come back in, and now he's soaking wet, and he's working with a soaked executioner for a tombstone, and gets the win. 11 minutes and 8 seconds into the match, executioner does not answer the 10 count. The match got 2.5 stars. What did you think of the match? Probably not Gordy's best effort ever, but an interesting visual nonetheless.
Well, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, and we had to do a lot of smoke and mirrors to kind of hide that Bam Bam wasn't the Bam Bam of old, and we just needed to kind of be through with it and move on. So that's the reason that a lot of it went backstage, had Mankind involved, and used a lot of set pieces, a lot of gimmick stuff with the pond. It was smoke and mirrors. Let's get through it and let's move on without hurting anybody and just say next.
We didn't see Gordy as the executioner much long after this. Was it already known before the bell rang here? He's on his way out.
Unfortunately, yeah, it just wasn't working out, and it wasn't for the long haul.
I don't think and maybe everybody listening has wanted me to ask this for a few minutes now. Does your chair need WD-40, or does your asshole have a horn in it?
My asshole has a horn in it.
Okay. That's what I was hoping for. After the match, we see Undertaker start working a series of matches on the house show loops, teaming with Shawn Michaels against Vader and Mankind. But then in the actual tapings themselves, we would see him just going over enhancement talent. And one of them is for Superstars, where Taker beat the Goon. And after the match, Cornette starts yelling about the Undertaker, and then the lights go out. And then when they come back on, Undertaker's behind Cornette, and he gives him a tombstone and puts him in a body bag. And as Cornette is being carried out in the body bag, the agents keep dropping him accidentally, on purpose, I'm sure. And everyone's laughing about it. And supposedly, Cornette did not like being in this body bag and felt like you were taking forever to let him out. And he was motherfucking you through the bag. What do you remember about this? What did this sound like?
I didn't have shit to do with getting him out of the bag, so fuck that motherfucker. Motherfucker, goddamn, let me out. No, Corny was claustrophobic, did not like being put in the body bag at all, which is probably why Vince chose to put him in the body bag. But yeah, he was motherfucking everybody that he could on the way out, just trying to get out of that thing. I'll kill you motherfuckers. Fill the goddamn bag. When I get out of here, I'm killing everybody inside.
That's a fun taping too, because on that show, Mike Awesome got a tryout. He lost to Aldo Montoya. On December 30th, they do a Raw taping from Albany, and it's again another big money show. It's the best crowd in Albany since '92, and it's the first $100,000 house for a Monday Night Raw taping ever. And in this promo, we see Brett starting to attack Shawn Michaels a little bit on the stick. In early January of '97, Taker worked a few house shows against Sid for the title, and Sid won them all by countout. He's also working house shows leading up to the Royal Rumble with Vader. Of course, Vader is winning those. And in the January 6th edition of The Observer, it's reported that Mankind, Goldust, and The Undertaker had filmed a sports-related comedy show as a part of a pilot with the folks who did Second City TV. The gimmick was that there were 3 wrestlers in their 3 wrestling persona sitting at a bar discussing highbrow topics like philosophy. Any memories of this shoot, or how this came to be, or why Vince would allow The Undertaker to participate in something like this?
Well, it was pitched, and I think he just wanted to see it and see if it would work, but we had final approval on it, and it didn't work. But frankly, I liked the concept, and I thought it would have been something that could have been cool with the right people in place. But the problem with it was, And what nobody liked about it was you had all these guys that are adversarial with Mankind, Goldust, and Undertaker. But it just didn't work, and it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. But good concept. I do like the concept.
Next up, Royal Rumble 1997, one of our best shows ever. I know I've been saying this is in the archives a lot today, and I'm sorry for that. But this Royal Rumble 1997 episode, if you haven't heard it, is really the genesis of a lot of our jokes and ongoing gags on the show. It's one of our better shows, in my opinion, because we go long form on the business side of things too. So if you're into wrestling nerddom and you'd like to maybe learn about some of these inside jokes that Bruce and I do every episode, Royal Rumble 1997 would be a good one for you to check out at somethingtowrestle.com or youtube.com/something to wrestle. On that show, Vader would pin The Undertaker in 13 minutes and 19 seconds. Meltzer only gave it a star and a quarter. Probably a disappointing match because it had been argued to be a dream match for a long time when Vader was the top guy for WCW and Undertaker was the top big man for the WWF. But ultimately, the match was what it was. Of course, in the actual Royal Rumble match itself, we have a little bit of controversy because Austin was thrown out, but the referees didn't see it. And then he returns and manages to win the damn thing. So that sets up what will be the Final Four pay-per-view in February in Chattanooga, with the concept being whoever wins that gets a world title shot at WrestleMania. Of course, along the way, things are going to change, and we're going to cover that. One of the things I found interesting in my research this week is that they do a Superstars taping, and The Undertaker is working with Mark Marrow, and they go to a double countout. But The Undertaker winds up choke slamming both Mark Marrow and Sable. Of course, the choke slam on Sable doesn't air on TV, but how does that even happen? That doesn't seem like something we would see from him here.
Vince wanted to gauge it, and we knew it wouldn't air on TV, and he did it for the house because he wanted to hear the pop and or lack thereof. But he just wanted to gauge it, and it was ginger at best, as Undertaker didn't want to hurt Sable in any way. So, he really took care of her on it, but sometimes he'll do that just to hear, listen to the crowd, try this and see what the reaction of the crowd is.
Huge crowd reaction in the Sky Dome in Toronto on February 3rd. You guys are running Raw there. It was a big deal for you to run Raw at the fucking Sky Dome. And here you have Undertaker and Ahmed Johnson teaming up to take on Farouk and Mankind in a no DQ match that goes 10.5 minutes. Undertaker and Ahmed get the win. And there's lots of interference because Vader's out there too. 2 3/4 stars is what Meltzer thought, but I'm curious from you to hear about this Toronto Sky Dome event for a Raw. How does that come to be?
Carl DeMarco was the promoter and president of Canada, but I don't think that there was a good arena at the time. And Sky Dome, and at this time, there were a lot of the stadiums that were, football season they're packed, baseball season they're packed, but the rest of the year they're sitting empty. And there's nothing to do with them. So during this time, the stadiums were trying to figure out ways to reconfigure the stadium to have arena shows so that they could rent it out. And, for example, the Houston Astrodome would rent out the Astrodome, and then later on the Reliance Stadium, which it is now, and they would curtain it off and cordon it off. They could hold 2, sometimes 3 events in one dome. And that was with the Sky Dome, where we had it set up probably for 20,000 people. But the way that they would cordon it off is it looked great on TV. And if you sold more tickets, you just move the wall. Just move the wall back a little bit more and sell more tickets. So it could be scalable to as big as you wanted if you're the only event there. And it was a way for the domes and those bigger arenas to be able to stay occupied throughout the year when their football team isn't in season and they're not renting it out.
Let's talk a little bit about the first Shotgun Saturday Night. Shotgun Saturday Night, February 8th, happens where Helmsley retains the Intercontinental title by beating The Undertaker by countout. But after the match, is one of my favorite moments in Shotgun Saturday Night history. The Undertaker tombstones Hunter on an escalator. What do you remember about this? Was there ever any concern? I know this sounds silly, but with what we've seen happen, like in YouTube videos and stuff, was there any concern that Hunter's hair was going to get caught in the fucking escalator here?
Vince would have loved that because he always wanted to shave his head anyway. I wasn't there. Now, here's a funny story. We went and we looked at Penn Station for a site survey. And we're looking around and we're thinking, okay, where are we going to put the ring? What do we have? And Vince is just kind of staring at they had the escalators that came down. And he's sitting there staring and he's like, I could tell, the wheels are spinning. I'm like, what? He goes, got to use these escalators for an entrance or something. And so we're thinking, okay, well, shit. Undertaker, it's perfect. Just let him come down the escalator and we can, hit lights. And is there a way, because of it being Penn Station, you can't turn the lights out, but is there a way that we can highlight it and make a cool entrance? So I'm sitting there watching at home like everybody else, and Vince, he got his entrance and everything, but then they did the deal at the end, and Vince got his double escalator spot, so he must have been extremely happy. But I watched it like everybody else and laughed my ass off. But it was, for me, the crazy thing is I just wanted a break. Give me a Saturday night off. And I took a Saturday night off, and instead of doing something with it, I'm sitting at home watching Shotgun Saturday Night. So go figure. Might as well have been there.
February 13th, Raw Thursday. I guess it's called Thursday Raw Thursday. Let's just ask this. What did you guys call it Thursday Raw Thursday?
Well, so it wouldn't be confused with Monday Night Raw. God.
Well, why not Thursday Night Raw?
It's Thursday Raw Thursday. That way it's Thursday. It's not Raw Monday.
Some marketing expert or guru or branding genius, somebody said, oh, you got to put Thursday in there twice.
Probably. But it was to reinforce Thursday.
Oh, of course. No, yeah. That's what I mean.
No, and I'm sure that it was somebody going, I've got it. Thursday Raw Thursday.
Yeah, for Thursday Raw Thursday. So that's the night Shawn lost his smile. Lowell, Massachusetts. It's announced that now the 4-way match in just a couple of days, because it's a Thursday. So just a few days from now, you thought it was for the number one contender. Nope. Now it's for the world title. I'm sure we're going to cover that another time. But let's get to the actual pay-per-view. Chattanooga, 6,300 fans showing up to pay $76,000. And it's the final four. Bret Hart wins the world title in 24 minutes and 5 seconds. It was a phenomenal match. One I really enjoyed. It got 4.25 stars in the Observer. Vader is bleeding like a stuck pig. One of the more underrated sleeper pay-per-views of the year, and just continues a great string of pay-per-views for the WWF here in 97. What'd you think of this final four matchup in Chattanooga?
Excellent. And the other thing that it did was boost Vader's stock big time here as well, because man, he had his working boots on. Everybody did. And this, like I said before, this was kind of a time that we had a lot of great workers that you could interchange, and you didn't have to worry about the quality of the match. Guys could go, and the quality was top notch every time. But this sleeper is an understatement. I don't think anybody expected this pay-per-view, but this match in particular, to be as good as it was.
Up next, we've got something kind of interesting. It's the February 24th edition of Raw, and we would see The Undertaker beat Farouk by DQ here when the Nation interfered. But this is also a notable Raw because it's when ECW invades Raw when they're back at the Manhattan Center. Why were you guys running the Manhattan Center here in February of 97? I know why you ran it, while they ran it a few weeks ago, but why here in February of 97 was the decision made to go back there?
Nostalgia, same thing. It was just nostalgia. And the one thing I remember about this in particular was the way that all of the ECW guys showed up, and they showed up as a group, as Vince would say. They looked like a team. God, they looked good. They were all wearing ECW warm-ups, really nice ECW warm-ups, Adidas that Taz had got made for him with the ECW logo on them. All the guys came in as a group. They walked through the dressing room pretty much as a group, said hello to everybody, introduced themselves. And I just remember Vince sitting back and watching and going, impressive. Really impressive. God damn it, they look like a team. They look professional. I like it.
Well, there you go. A rare compliment. Around this time,
Then the bell rang.
You guys even ran a house show here in Huntsville, and it was pretty common at the time for Taker to be in the main event against Farouk in a cage match. Through mid-March, that's pretty much what you guys were doing. Somewhere in the Observer in the month of March, Meltzer wrote that Yokozuna had a liposuction surgery scheduled, but he hadn't done it yet because he had lost 200 pounds already on his own. And 100 pounds of that, according to Meltzer, was from an amazing loss of fluid retention. I can't imagine there being 100 pounds of fluid, but apparently that was the case. And they're hopeful that after he has lipo, he could return to the ring at a much more manageable weight in the fall. And this is after he showed up just way out of shape in November of 96. What do you remember about this alleged 100-pound loss of water weight?
Well, there was I don't know if it was 100 pounds, but he did have a huge loss when he went on a diet. And part of that diet is the first thing that they do is you start drinking a shitload of water, and they probably gave him some water pills as well. But man, the first thing that goes is going to be that water weight. So there's a lot of water weight in a 600-pound man. That when you first start on a diet and something like that, it's going to go. But there was no lipo scheduled for Yokozuna. It's funny because like Yoko, Vader, big guys, me, different people, it's, you think, okay, when lipo comes out, it's, oh, hey man, I'll just go have all the fat sucked out of me and it'll be fine. Well, that's not really the case with lipo. And for a guy Yoko's size, there would have been all that skin. That would have been major surgery. That wasn't a solution to the problem. The problem was, he had to change his habits, and he had to eat less food. He had to exercise more, and he had to just adopt a healthy lifestyle. So I don't know where, other than, Yoko might have said one time, I'll just get lipo and suck everything out. There was never any serious consideration to liposuction. There sure as hell wasn't anything scheduled. So I don't know where that comes from other than people just talking and gossiping and shit like that, because that's not a real solution. And that was something we were trying to do with both Yoko and Vader at Duke University and get them on their weight loss program, which had been successful for really obese people that we had found had worked, and Yoko didn't want to do it. But it was, he probably lost a lot of weight when he first started to try and diet and change his habits. That's going to happen.
On March 10th, you guys have the 200th edition of Raw, and the show opens with Sid saying he's not going to team with the Undertaker, and that brings Undertaker out. He says he's the one who has the most to lose, because if something happens to Sid, it would be Undertaker who is out of the title shot. And if something happens to Undertaker, Sid keeps the title. Vader and Mankind attack, and in the brawl, Vader hits Undertaker, who turns around and thought it was Sid. We're building to Undertaker Sid at WrestleMania 13. We've talked about it a lot before. Most of us believe that Brett and Shawn was the plan for the main event world title match at WrestleMania 13. What were some other matches that Vince maybe discussed before settling on Taker Sid for the main event at Mania?
Oh God, Brett was involved in that, and it just was. It was kind of a hodgepodge when Shawn's out and you're trying to figure out, okay, what the hell? Everything is considered, but Vince settled on. First of all, he had an infatuation with Sid. He liked Sid, and he felt that Sid was an incredible draw and an animal that had, which he did. He had great charisma. But Vince also wasn't confident leaving the championship on Sid, so he was looking to make a change and just wanted to settle down with Undertaker a little bit at that time. That's what the decision came down to. He kind of wanted to settle down. We didn't actually settle down, but that was the original intent.
The main event of Raw that week is Vader and Mankind taking on Sid and Undertaker, and the show goes about 10 minutes too long. This match itself is only 10 minutes and 33 seconds. Mankind's working with a very bad back injury, but he's still bumping all over the place. Meltzer says Sid was huge and awful. Match was real bad, but he did right. Undertaker did an amazing running plancha outside the ring, making him the largest man probably in the history of wrestling to ever try such a dive. Sid attacked Taker and powerbombed him, and Vader pinned Taker. Taker cleaned house on Vader after the match, and the bout did tell its story, and the dive was great, but overall a bad match. When did you guys first see or know or hear of the Undertaker doing this plancha spot?
Well, the Undertaker had recently seen some flying cows, and he said, "I can replicate that," because that's what he actually called it, was the flying cow. I think when Kane did it to him, and he said it was like looking up and seeing a flying cow coming at you. It's something he wanted to try, and he had a big bastard out there to catch him, so why not? And he was always willing to try new shit, and he didn't want to be considered that grounded big man, working style, so he always tried to throw in some new stuff, but after a while it got to be known as the flying cow.
This takes us to March 17th in Syracuse, New York. If you haven't watched this Raw in a long time or ever, throw it in your WWE network. It's March 17th, 1997. This is the main event where we've got Bret Hart and Sid working for the world title inside of a cage match. And of course, we know what happens. There's a big schmoz, Undertaker, Austin, chairs, outside interference. And after the match, where Sid won, of course, this is where Bret pushed Vince down in the ring, goes on a cussing spree. We've put this match over, and this segment over, a lot every time we cover it. But it's worth mentioning again, some great shit here, is it not, Bruce?
Yeah, it was. This was also, Bret was a babyface, but it was that edge that Bret had to him of being pissed off and being frustrated that everybody could feel, and it also just kind of crossed over to where people kind of went, whiny bitch. But it was true. It was emotional, and it came across, and you could feel it just so much because it was real, and he was frustrated, and you felt it on screen.
Let's get to the Slammy Awards, which is on the 21st, and it's the night before WrestleMania. Undertaker wins the Slammy Award for Best Tattoo. He also wins Best Entrance and Star of the highest magnitude. But the Best Tattoo Award was presented by Adam and George. And when Undertaker gets on stage, George pisses himself. We've had a lot of questions about these guys, Bruce. Who were Adam and George?
Adam Panucci and George Germanakos, two guys from the studio. Adam Panucci has become a producer extraordinaire, and he's the one that comes up with a lot of the great videos that you now see on the WWE network. And George, I believe, works in the international department, doing stuff with the international, still with the company.
Let's talk about WrestleMania 13. Of course, we've covered this long form. Said that a lot today. YouTube.com/something to wrestle. You know what I mean. WrestleMania 13, Roll Tide. Check it out. If you want it, it's in the archives. Undertaker pins Sid to become the World Wrestling Federation Heavyweight Champion in 21 minutes and 19 seconds. Of course, this is Undertaker's second run, having beat Hulk Hogan years prior at Survivor Series. But this is really the first time he was the guy, or so it would seem. The match is not great and only gets a star and a quarter, and it really pales in comparison to Austin and Bret Hart, who stole the show and arguably had the best match in WWF history. And we maybe have touched on this before, but why not talk about it again? There's a long-standing rumor out there that Sid shit his pants during the match. Do you remember this?
I've heard the rumor, and like you said, we covered it in long form, but I did not inspect Sid's poo-poo pants after the match. So I don't know if shit actually Sid himself or not. If Sid actually shit himself or not.
You know what? That might actually be a good shirt. That shit Sid himself. Hypothetically, when Undertaker picks him up for the tombstone, wins the belt, comes back through the curtain, does he tell you that he thought the match was shitty?
No, he said it was a shitty finish.
Yeah. I mean, he probably thought Sid was the shits, right?
Well, you know.
March 31st, Raw in Peoria draws 55,000 folks. And this is the deal where the Undertaker Paul Bearer angle goes down, where Bearer is begging for the Undertaker to take him back. And Undertaker says he owes Bearer a lot, and he gave him the WWF belt. And of course, Bearer turns around and smirks, showing the cameras it was all just a ploy. But then the Undertaker punches Bearer a few times until Mankind comes from under the ring and throws a fucking fireball at Undertaker. Sid winds up making the save, and that follows with an interview. But it's the first time that a fireball had been used in wrestling, at least in the WWF, in a long time, maybe ever. Is this the first time it was on WWF TV, you think?
I think it was definitely the first time, yeah. Gotta throw a fireball, motherfucker. Mysterious.
Is that Cornette's idea?
Yeah, I think it was Corny's idea.
How does he pitch it?
Yeah. God damn, when he gets in there, I mean, what else would you do? You gotta burn a dead man. That's what he threw fire. You know, you go back to the territory days. That was something the Sheik did. It was something Great Mephisto did. Lawler did it. You know, Lawler was a big fire thrower in Memphis. Why Lawler did it, I'll never know. But, you know, it was just a heat-getting heel move.
Sports Illustrated ran a story in the scorecard section on May 31st that ran a piece with a photo of The Undertaker with the governor of New Jersey, Christine Whitman, when Whitman signed a bill eliminating the $100,000 tax on televised wrestling matches in conjunction with wrestling no longer being regulated by the Athletic Commission. And the story claimed pro wrestling wasn't holding events in New Jersey, which, as anyone who followed the business really knows, that wasn't the case. But the WWF didn't do any TV tapings or pay-per-views because of this tax, and they promised that the Continental Airlines Arena would get SummerSlam as a favor for the tax being rescinded. The story claimed the WWF had to concede what they were doing wasn't sport in order to get out of the tax, but the WWF had already done that years ago. They also claimed, quote, pro wrestling had long tried to insult everyone's intelligence by claiming that matches were genuine contests and that the practitioners were true athletes. So, sort of a weird story here in Sports Illustrated at the time. What do you remember about The Undertaker appearing with the governor to celebrate this and sort of broker the deal for SummerSlam in the process?
Well, the whole idea was it was the death of the Athletic Commission in New Jersey. So that was why Undertaker was there, to signify the death of this damn bill. Plus he was the champion, you know, and it always amazes me when the sports journalists and legit sports or the news go, oh my God, wrestling's entertainment. It's choreographed. I'm like, give me a break. And they always forget, you know, one of the first people on a national level that went and got the State Athletic Commission abolished long time ago. Do you know who the first person was?
No.
Vern Gagne.
Wow.
So Mr. Wrestling is legit. Mr. Real Wrestling is real, and Olympic medalist and all this good stuff. Vern went to the Nevada Athletic Commission and got them to deregulate wrestling. Say, hey, it's a work. And you know, of course, Vince gets chastised. Oh my God, how can you say? Man, they were taking 5% of the gate, trying to say this is an actual athletic competition. It never was, and it was ludicrous that they came in and took that and had referees and had rules and all this. It's entertainment. They don't do that to plays, and they don't do that to movies. So it was crazy.
Yeah. And it was crazy on April 11th when the Undertaker and Vader were on a talk show in Kuwait, and shit got out of hand when Vader grabbed the host. And we covered this in long form from Vader's perspective on our Vader episode at youtube.com/something to wrestle. But I do want to ask, what was the Undertaker's version of what happened that day in Kuwait?
disbelief. You know, they had talked about it beforehand, and Undertaker had told Leon, he says, if they come with that question, just let me handle it. And don't say anything, just let me handle it. Because Leon would get all worked up. And again, he had his answer, he had everything down, and Leon just blew it and decided he was going to handle it, and it turned into a friggin' international incident. But I think Taker was in shock because they had talked about it before they ever went on the air. Just let me handle it. If they go with that question, they go with that line of questioning, I'll take it. And Leon jumped in and went after it. He was in shock, not happy.
Is Undertaker the guy who calls and gives you guys the heads up that Vader's in jail?
No, he never got to jail, but we talked all about that in the Vader episode when Jerry called us.
All right, In Your House, Taker's Revenge. That goes down on April 20th. It's in Rochester, New York. It sells out about 5 days ahead of time. And for the world title on top, The Undertaker pins Mankind in 17 minutes and 26 seconds. It's a main event for Mankind, and I think it's only the second one that he's done, main eventing against Shawn Michaels, and said, let my family save your family some cash. You don't need perfect credit. You don't need money out of your pocket, but we will save you money. It's not a matter if, it's a matter of how much. SaveWithConrad.com. September of the prior year, so it's a big deal for him too to be in the main event. The match itself gets 3 3/4 stars, and there's flash paper, there's throw and fire again. There's lots of gimmicks in this match. Bumps through announcers' tables. It feels like they're pulling out all the stops here. What do you remember about the fireball to Paul Bearer's face, the finish, the table bump? Lots of craziness here.
The lighter that wouldn't light, and you would have thought that we would have learned our lesson then, but it was, I guess it was Mick trying to go and throw fire, and it didn't work, and finally Taker just had to improvise and change it up on the fly. But all the hard work all the way till the very end to burn Paul Bearer was the finish, and it was a debacle because the damn lighter didn't work. And the best thing of all, you learn later on that those lighters don't work and they go out easily. So then we went to Zippo lighters, and Zippo lighters, one of the funniest things, and again, learned this doing live TV, was we had Rob Van Dam tied up in a boiler room with Kane, and Kane is taking a flame in front of Rob's face, and I've got the shot of Rob's face, and the flame is supposed to be going in front of him. And so I've got Rob all tied up, and I said, okay, let me just walk through it one time and for the camera. And so Kane is doing the fire, and Rob just blows the flame out. I'm like, what the fuck? He goes, well, why wouldn't I do that? It was like, do not apply logic to an illogical situation. You're tied up in a fucking boiler room with a goddamn maniac that's going to set you on fire. Just work with me here, man. We're making movies. We're not, don't apply logic. And it was just so goddamn funny. All these years later, I'll just never forget Rob's face as I'm doing it. And the thing, he just, and it was logical, but it fucked up my shot. So, yeah, you learn things as you go on, and then you learn how to get stuff that won't blow out. So, fire, children, and animals, they're tough to work with.
The next night on Raw, Undertaker beat Helmsley by DQ in 15 minutes and 16 seconds. It got 1 star, and Meltzer would say not good either as a wrestling match, but particularly since it was a long match. Mankind comes out with a blowtorch for the DQ. What do you remember about a blowtorch on Raw?
Do you know why you use a blowtorch?
You can't blow it out and it will light.
Blow the motherfucker out.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Oh, goddamn.
The next week, April 28th, we're in Omaha. We see The Undertaker beat Bulldog by DQ when Owen interferes. We know what we're building towards here. In May, Taker would be defending the title on house shows against Mankind and Vader. And then later in the show, of course, every time they're on Raw, there's some sort of angle with Owen and Neidhart and Bulldog. There's always something going on with this Canadian outfit. and we're building towards the summer pay-per-view. But first, we've got the May 11th Cold Day in Hell pay-per-view that goes down from Richmond, Virginia. It does a large gate, 116,000, which is the largest wrestling crowd ever in the city. They did another 55,000 in merchandise sales. I think a lot of people sort of gloss over this, but this is one of, I guess it's the first pay-per-view match between Steve Austin and Undertaker. Undertaker gets the win after 20 minutes and 6 seconds. He retains the belt, and the Hart Foundation is ringside. They've taken up 5 seats here, allegedly buying them from scalpers. Meltzer thought the match was okay. He gave it 3 stars. The match is ultimately restarted though, because Brian Pillman had hopped the guardrail and the bell rang, which caused some confusion. Once they get going, Undertaker takes it right home for the tombstone, but Austin reverses it. Undertaker reverses it again. Boom, we're out of here. And then afterwards, of course, the Hart Foundation all attack Undertaker. 3 stars, kind of a convoluted thing, lots of stuff going on, but a peek into history of what was to come when these two guys would be on another level just a year later, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that the jury was still out on Steve because he was just had so much momentum and is moving along. And you feel it when he's out there with the top guys. Steve was absolutely on fire, and he had that touch. So everything he touched was turned into gold, and it was a good time because things were on the upswing.
The next night is when they start to tease a surprise, and Mankind is here with Paul Bearer, and Bearer has his face all wrapped up, and they do an interview with Bearer saying he's going to reveal something Undertaker doesn't want known unless Undertaker agrees to come back with him. They started to set up an angle between Undertaker and Farouk for the world title, and they're trying to make a little bit of a racial deal where Farouk is saying that there's never been a black WWF champion, and there's only been token Intercontinental and United States champions, specifically mentioning Ahmed Johnson and Bobo Brazil. Later in the show, of course, Taker would beat Savio, and after the match, the NOD would attack him and Farouk beat him with a belt. Meltzer says that Taker's knee was in really bad shape at this time. Do you remember a knee injury sort of hampering his title run?
You know, he always had a nagging knee injury, and yes, during this time he did, and it was pretty. It was hurting him at the time, but it was also good that he was working with Farouk because he took good care of him during that time.
Later in that show, Undertaker does an interview saying that the Paul Bearer secret is best left unsaid. And this is in May, I want to remind you. And we know that Kane is going to debut in October, but that's a full 5 months later. How far in advance did you guys already have this Kane character in mind? And was this the plan all along?
Right after WrestleMania, when we were looking for opponents for the Undertaker and thinking, okay, we didn't have anybody. So you had to create someone, and you had to create a new opponent for the Undertaker. And so it was early on that, pitched this whole crazy idea about the long lost brother that he thought was dead.
So the next week, the Undertaker is doing an interview complaining about Farouk playing the race card, when all of a sudden Paul Bearer appears on screen and says he's going to reveal the secret unless Undertaker will let him manage him. And Undertaker begs to have one more week. And this sort of drags it out for another week. The next week in Evansville, Paul Bearer appears with a much lighter hair color. Meltzer would say he was supposed to get it bleached blonde, but after taking all the black stuff out after 6 years, he was told if he were to bleach it this soon that a lot of the hair would actually break off. It would be too much damage to the hair. So he comes out with a more natural color instead. The Undertaker comes out and says, people have to forgive me, and hinted that he's going to kill, murder Paul right there. And he starts choking him. And then all of a sudden he realizes he can't do it. So he bows down, and this means Bear's going to manage him. And the secret is something to the effect of there were 3 graves, and one was for his mom, one was for his dad, and I guess the other was for him, or at least that's what we're led to believe. Meltzer sort of has fun with all this and writes, apparently Papa Shango did some kind of voodoo to raise Undertaker from the dead, which will be the story to explain his return, as Shango is said to have signed a 4-year contract and will get a mega push. Shango has been working as the manager of a strip club in Las Vegas for several years. Brian Lee was also considered for this role as a wrestler, not to manage a strip club in Las Vegas. This is sort of fun here that Meltzer is just sort of trying to put 2 and 2 together, because when he says there's 3 graves and 2 are for the parents, I think Meltzer jumped to the conclusion that the third one was Undertaker and Shango would be the explanation. Of course, that's not what went down. Do you have a retort for this Observer report?
Well, he does what he always does. He just assumes and tries to, put 2 and 2 together and guess. And then when it doesn't happen, he says, plans changed. But no, that was never, we were always bringing Kama back and doing the deal with him, not as Papa Shango. Vince never wanted to bring Papa Shango back at that time.
He wanted to do just the Nation of Domination deal, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the June 2nd edition of Raw. It draws a sellout in Huntington, West Virginia, and the show opens with The Undertaker trying to do an interview to make sure everyone understands he's still a good guy. Paul Bearer comes out and makes a comment about how he rules the world, so he brings out Sid, who then challenges Undertaker to a match later in the show. And Taker's involved in sort of 2 angles here, because he's also out brawling with the Nation of Domination during the Farouk Ahmed Johnson match. Is there a concern that maybe we're overusing him if we know he's got a bad knee and we're doing stuff with Farouk and the Nation and we're doing stuff with Sid and we've got all these promos? Or is he just, he's going to get the job done no matter what he's got going on?
Well, no, we were doing that to mask all of that stuff by doing the promos and getting him involved in things where he doesn't have to work a match. So he was being protected, and, he was involved in a lot of stuff, but he was being protected in everything that he had to do with the brawls and all the other Gaga. Surrounded with Gaga.
Gaga was going down King of the Ring in 97. It's June 8th, and we've got 9,300 fans here paying $202,000. They also did $74,000 in merchandise business when they saw The Undertaker beat Farouk to retain the world title after 13 minutes and 43 seconds. Meltzer would write that the NOD had lost a lot of steam since they had been overexposed, in his opinion. Overall, he wasn't that big of a fan of the match, but he didn't hate it. He gave it 2.25 stars. What did you think of the match?
It wasn't, I don't think it was an all-time classic, but it was solid. And it was what you would expect from Undertaker and Farouk. It's not going to be a classic match. It's going to be a brawl, and it's going to be what you'd expect from those 2 guys. So for me, it delivered in the role that it was in. It was just kind of a stopgap to get to where we needed to go.
And we're telling a story here because at one point outside the ring, the Nation of Domination began arguing, and they're arguing with each other, of course. And Farouk is distracted by this. That allows the Undertaker to come from behind and tombstone him for the pin. After the match, the Undertaker chokeslams both Savio and Crush, and Paul Bearer tells him to pick up and chokeslam Farouk again. He acts like he doesn't want to do it, but Bearer continues to order him to do it, so he does it 4 times before Ahmed Johnson comes out, and the 2 go nose to nose, and Undertaker went to chokeslam Johnson, but Johnson ducks out of the way and hits the Pearl River plunge and walks out. Doesn't feel like this is really a program for the main event and the top guy for the world title, but this is what we're doing. Raw the next night. Go ahead.
Well, no, it was at that time. It was actually to try and move Ahmed into that spot,
Right.
but didn't work out that way.
This is sort of interesting. I don't know why this is in the Observer, but it made the Observer, and I've always wanted to ask you about it because when I first saw it, it made me laugh out loud. Have you heard the line about John Tesh's contract demand for his concerts?
Absolutely. We used to do shit like that too. Yes. In his rider for his contract, it was an LJN wrestling figure had to be in his dressing room.
Isn't that crazy?
I loved it.
So the concept is to make sure promoters are reading every line of his contract. He's not a wrestling fan, but he wants a wrestling figure in his dressing room every time. I think we should demand that for our live shows.
I like it. But no, we need to come up with something better than that.
Okay, we need to put some thought into that. June 16th, we are in Lake Placid, New York for Raw. And Meltzer would write that Farouk and his partner Charles Wright, now being billed as Kama Mustafa, get a win over Undertaker and Ahmed Johnson in 6 minutes and 9 seconds of a bad match. Meltzer would say that Kama showed up really out of shape, and he says, quote, obviously they've totally dropped the idea of using him as Papa Shango. Any response here?
Oh yeah, we changed. Yeah, we were going to do the whole Papa Shango idea, and then we changed our minds. Yeah, plans changed.
Pretty amazing. So we're going to set up a world title match here against Ahmed Johnson, and that's the original plan for Canadian Stampede, and it's even announced on TV. But of course we know Ahmed blows out his knee in a brawl, fighting with one of the Harris brothers at an early angle on the June 23rd Raw from Detroit. So he's scheduled for the main event, where he's going to team with Farouk against Undertaker and Vader, but instead D'Lo Brown has to sub in the match. So all of a sudden, Ahmed Johnson goes from the world title to the injured reserve. Pretty typical for his run here, right? It feels like at times if Ahmed had, if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all.
Yeah, he was very injury prone, especially during this time. And we were trying to scramble that night because you're live and slide D'Lo into that spot. You do what you can, but God, every single time, Ahmed got in that position where, okay, here comes the push and we're going to go, something would happen.
June 30th, that Raw was built completely around Paul Bearer's secret and the Undertaker's response. Bearer had claimed that he was an apprentice funeral director for the Undertaker's father 20 years ago, and that one day Undertaker and his brother Kane were playing with chemicals and smoking cigarettes behind the house, and he left for college, and when he came back, the entire funeral home was burned to the ground, and the Undertaker's parents were both killed, and he called the Undertaker a murderer several times. Undertaker claimed that his father caught him with the chemicals, and he got in trouble, but he left to do chores, and when he came home, he saw the house burning down and said it was his brother who did it, but he blamed himself because he was the older brother. He claimed in the middle of the night, Paul Bearer took him to see the charred remains of his parents before the funeral. And then as Vader and Rockabilly were in the ring, that's a hell of a sentence, Undertaker attacks Vader, and then Bearer called him a murderer again.
Murderer! You're a murderer!
He threatened to kill Bearer unless he told the truth, and Bearer insisted it was the truth because Kane had told him, and then he said that Kane was alive. Let me give you what Meltzer says here. Actually, there are lots of storyline stuff from the past that could be taken to make Mankind Undertaker's brother, always searching for mommy, Uncle Paul, similar supernatural powers and hatred of the Undertaker, using the fire as a gimmick, wanting to burn Undertaker. Only problem is, in the interviews revealing him as Mick Foley from Long Island, well, that kills that one. Few remember this, but originally when the Undertaker debuted in the WWF, his ring name was Kane the Undertaker, but Kane was quickly dropped, so now it's become his brother's name. It came off like a really badly acted high school play. So that's Meltzer's take, and this is a lot of convoluted backstory bullshit, but it's your favorite story ever, is it not?
Yeah, it is. And it's not convoluted. It makes all kinds of sense in the world because Undertaker thought for years that he had killed his parents and his brother and thought that his brother had been dead all this time. And Paul Bearer was actually taking care of his brother in a burn unit in a hospital. And Undertaker didn't even know he was alive. And Paul Bearer had been filling his brother full of all kinds of tales about the Undertaker, how Undertaker knew he was alive, but didn't want to be associated with a disfigured mutant like Kane. And it was Mick Foley all along, but then we changed it because Meltzer put it in his dirt sheet.
Oh, that's the best. That's
fucking goof.
That's the highlight of the show. It's amazing to me that, because let's give credit where credit's due. All this bullshit's your bullshit, right?
It is my bullshit. Yes, 100%.
And you love it. And it's your favorite story ever. And I got to say, when you rattle all that off, it feels like you missed your calling, man. You could have written soap operas.
I did write a soap opera for fucking 30 years. So, yeah.
It's amazing. Let's go to the Canadian Stampede pay-per-view. We did a full show available in the archives, youtube.com/something to wrestle. It goes down on July 6th in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and it draws a paid attendance of $229,000. We see Undertaker beat Vader in 12 minutes and 39 seconds to retain the belt. 3.25 stars is what goes down there. We talked about this match in both our Vader and Calgary Stampede episodes. Anything you want to mention here?
God, I think we've covered it everywhere. One of the best damn pay-per-views and ambiance and just everything that you would want in a pay-per-view. It was all there.
For whatever reason, Taker's not on Raw the next night in Edmonton, and in mid-July, he's beating Vader in casket matches around the loop. And they're doing big business everywhere, including the largest gates for Raw tapings in Worcester, and they're drawing sellout shows in San Antonio. But it's officially announced around this time that The Undertaker is going to be defending the world title against Bret Hart for SummerSlam. And it was announced if Bret doesn't defeat The Undertaker for that title, he can never wrestle in the United States again. What do you remember about putting that match together? Obviously The Undertaker needed to be a big part of it, considering he's the world champion. He had just done the deal with the governor of New Jersey. Lots of reasons why Undertaker's on top here. Why is Bret the guy?
Because we need to get the title off of Undertaker for Kane.
There you go.
And just, looking at all the options and figured, Bret's a good option and kind of move into the Shawn thing, because Shawn was coming back also during that time. We knew that he was healthy again and he was going to come back. It was a natural pickup where we left off with him and Bret. And, you got to get there. So just go.
It's always funny to me when you see a stip like, if he doesn't beat The Undertaker for the title, he can never wrestle in the United States again. And a lot of people would hear that and sort of outsmart themselves, I think. And they would say, oh, that's a dead giveaway that, he's definitely winning. But if he's a heel, then he's going to fucking not obey stipulations, and he's going to find a way to worm his way back in a loophole. And that makes him an even bigger heel, right?
And the other thing is, I think a lot of people didn't think that we would, have him beat Undertaker and that Undertaker would lose the title. He was a strong champion, and that comes into play, I think, a lot of times. But we were also doing the U.S.-Canada thing. So I think people outsmart themselves, say, oh, well, they'll just do a Canadian deal with him, and that's how they'll use Bret. So there's a lot of, bullshit that you can argue in both ways, but those people who think they know are always going to think they know anyway.
Sid had been in a car wreck earlier that year and had some injuries from that some people questioned because it was Sid, but allegedly he had dropped a lot of weight because he hadn't been able to weight train, and he didn't quite look like Sid. And at one of these Raws, he actually collapses backstage and claims it's due to his back problems. They rush him to the hospital, and his match with Vader is surely off of SummerSlam, which bumps the Goldust Brian Pillman show from the free-for-all to the main card. Do you remember seeing or hearing about Sid collapsing?
I remember, hearing about it, and obviously went to the hospital and everything, but I didn't see it, and I don't really remember anything much about it other than him leaving the show and having to go to the hospital, and he was in bad shape. But, I don't doubt that Sid was in a car accident. He was hurt, and yeah, he wasn't the normal Sid that you had seen prior to that.
Since we talked about the comparison from 95 to 96, as far as business goes, let's talk about it from 96 to 97. Paid attendance in 96 was averaging 5486. It's up to 5615 in 97. The gates are up about 10% too, going from $80,505 to $88,951. But the ratings, they're way down. They were 2.13 in 95, down to 2.03 in 96, and down to 1.6 in 97. And the buy rates are down too. In 95, they got a 0.95. In 96, they're down to a 0.79. In 97, they're at a 0.60. And your average pay-per-view revenue also continues to fall. In 95, they're doing 2.66. In 97, they're doing 1.6. So there's been lots of questions about why Vince would go to somebody and ask to renegotiate a contract. Well, there's your answer. Business is way, way down where it really matters, on pay-per-view. Ratings are down. Pay-per-views are down. But the houses are actually up 10%. It's a fascinating business with all these different revenue streams. On the July 21st edition of Raw, they're doing big business again. And here Shawn Michaels announces that he is going to be the referee for Undertaker versus Bret, and was told if he showed any partiality to Undertaker, he'd never be allowed to wrestle in the United States again. Your main event is a 6-man here. We've got Bret, Owen, and Davey Boy taking on The Undertaker, Steve Austin, and Dude Love in a pole match, a flag on a pole match to be exact. It goes 18 minutes and 27 seconds, and the finish came when Brian Pillman came out from under the ring and knocked down The Undertaker as he tried to climb the pole to get the American flag. So on the opposite side, Bret had a chance to grab the Canadian flag for the win. And after the show goes off, they do another dark match, this time with Undertaker beating Vader in a casket match. And these Raws during this period were summer in Canada, summer in the United States. These are the hottest crowds ever, are they not?
It was great because they were polar opposites as well. And we had enough Canadian talent that it really made a difference. And that Canadian audience was so into it. And the U.S. audience, we didn't write it that way at first. It just happened. And that's really the best kind of stories that you can have, is when the audience kind of takes you on a ride and creates something out of what you're presenting to them. Then you've got another layer to that story. And yeah, it was red hot.
Something weird happened on that same edition of Raw where they did the flag on a pole match. They had obviously gotten some sort of heads up from USA that it was okay to go long. And you guys go like 10 minutes long, and JR says that they're going to stay with the main event until a conclusion all night if they had to. But then as JR saying that, USA runs a crawl across the bottom of the screen that says La Femme Nikita is going to start in 10 minutes. And then it says La Femme Nikita is going to start in 5 minutes. And then right on time, they go to the finish and get out of there. I know that wrestling, whatever. Does Vince have any sort of comment about this where you're saying, hey, it's over in 5 minutes?
Well, it's a concession that you have to give up. If USA is going to give you an extra 10 minutes, they want to tell their audience that's normally tuning in at that time that, hey, the show that's here at this regularly scheduled time is going to start in X amount of minutes. So, you got to bite the bullet. And you make concessions. So to get that extra 10 minutes, okay, you want to run a crawl underneath there, run a crawl underneath there.
We see a feature on the July 28th edition of Raw, where it's setting up the match with Undertaker and Bret at SummerSlam. And Bret says the Undertaker wasn't like Sid or Diesel, and that he's a guy who actually has mobility. And then we see Patriot score an upset pin on Bret in the main event, and the Undertaker comes out, but we don't really know what happens because the show goes off the air. Of course, off the air, they do a triple threat match, and that's pretty common in 97. You guys were running a lot of those. And that takes us to SummerSlam 97, August 3rd, East Rutherford, New Jersey. It draws 20,213 folks. It is a big money deal. $523,000 with a whopping $202,000 in merchandise sales. I would say running a pay-per-view in New Jersey was a good experiment. Wouldn't you, Bruce?
Yeah, New Jersey, New York, good markets for us at the time, and definitely paid off.
Bret regains the WWF World title in 28 minutes and 9 seconds. An unbelievable match. I was a big fan of this. Thought they did a great job. Meltzer gave it 3 stars. Of course, the finish. Bret and Shawn start to get into it. There's a tease that somebody's going to use a chair. Eventually, Bret spits right in Shawn's face, and Shawn swings for the damn fences at Bret. But of course, he ducks and nails the Undertaker. But Michaels has to count the pin because if he's not fair, he can't wrestle in the United States. A clever way to get the belt off the Undertaker without making him look weak. Continuing this Bret and Shawn storyline. Really well done. Is this a Pat Patterson finish, or whose idea was this?
You know what? I think this may have been a culmination of Jim Cornette and a few others and that came up with this. But it was something that, we had talked about for a while, trying to get back to Shawn and Bret. And in the meantime, you're going to get to Shawn and Taker to get to Kane. So you got a lot of masters to serve in here to get where you eventually want to get to WrestleMania again, all over. So it was a lot of masters to serve here.
There's been a lot of talk over the years that Undertaker.
Hey, Big Daddy, you gotta get excited about saving people money. Woo! Woo!
SaveWithConrad.com. I had sort of an on again, off again relationship with Shawn Michaels. The Click, the BSK, the WrestleMania 14 rumor and innuendo. But we've also heard that the Undertaker maybe had a problem with the way Bret wanted to handle that finish with Diesel in the cage. What was Bret and Undertaker's relationship like here by the summer of '97?
Bret and Undertaker, again, people are going to have differences and they're going to have disagreements over things.
Right.
And that was a one-time disagreement. But I think Undertaker and Bret were always good. They were always friends. They were always professional. And I know that personally, Mark likes Bret a lot, and I believe vice versa. They had a mutual respect and they had a friendship. But, sometimes friends argue. You ever argue with your friends, Conrad?
All the time.
Okay, well, there you go.
Even today, right?
Get out. Who did you argue with today?
Well, not the same person you're arguing with, I'm sure. August 11th. What?
Nothing.
August 11th in Biloxi. At the end of the show, Undertaker comes out and bears on the video wall saying that Kane is coming. And the next week, on August 18th in Atlantic City, New Jersey, Undertaker and Mankind are teaming up to take on Hunter Hearst Helmsley and Shawn Michaels. Rick Rude comes down and is about to hit the Undertaker with a chair, but Undertaker turns around, so Rude drops the chair, and instead, Michaels cleans Undertaker's clock with a chair for a DQ, and Taker does a major blade job on himself. And it's not the most hidden blade job ever, but he's bleeding a gusher here, and this is a chair shot from hell, 2 now, that Shawn has delivered to him. What do you remember about this chair shot?
Every time that you see something like that and those little snuggo chair shots, the one thing I'm always thinking about is, holy shit, what a receipt is coming. And that's the first thing that comes into my mind, because you think, okay, I'm going to give you that one, but you got one coming. And that's just always the first thing that would go through my mind. It was, God, they were nasty. And you look at it now, like we always talk about, man, with the concussions and all this shit and the head trauma. God, thank God we don't see that stuff now.
No doubt. August 29th on Raw, Undertaker's doing an interview about Shawn Michaels, and we're all over the place as we head towards September 7th in Louisville, Kentucky for In Your House Ground Zero. It's the Louisville Gardens, and we're only doing 82,000 at the gate, but another 44,000 in merchandise. Undertaker goes to a no contest with Shawn Michaels in 16 minutes and 3 seconds, but the whole deal goes closer to 23 minutes because they have a 5-minute pre-match brawl and then a few minute post-match brawl. Lots of ref bumps and some silliness. But at one point you do see something that I don't think a lot of people expected to see again. And that's another Undertaker plancha. The match itself gets 3 3/4 stars. What did you think of this match and the spot that even Meltzer says the dive would have made Psychosis or Great Sasuke proud?
Yeah, man, I think it was Undertaker's attempt to show everybody that he could go and that he wasn't, going to be that plotting guy that some people viewed him as. And he always wanted to do something new and make every match different. So I applauded it, man. It's crazy to see a big bastard like that move the way that he does. He's agile as shit.
The next night, Undertaker does an interview and Shawn Michaels appears on the video wall. They're hyping their rematch. The following week, on the 14th in Indiana, Meltzer would write, "The freedom of expression era is now over as the WWF is confiscating signs left and right, particularly those pro WCW. They were also asking nicely fans who wore WCW merchandise to instead wear a free Austin 316 shirt." What did you think of this decision that the company was making to confiscate signs and replace those WCW shirts with WWF ones?
You know what? I hated it because I think if people paid money to come to the show, that they should be able, if they bring a sign, as long as it's not obscene and it's not blocking people's view, put your sign up. It's America, freedom of expression. If they buy a shirt, but I think a lot of people did that to get the free shirts too.
That's a good idea, actually. You didn't get free shirts, but you did get a free call, the shirt, over at BrucePritchard.com. We should also mention that, feels like we're doing this every week. The next week on Raw, Undertaker and Shawn Michaels are doing video screen promos. But in the Observer around this time, this is what I wanted to get to. Meltzer would write, Kane's debut, which was originally scheduled for the September 7th pay-per-view, has been moved back to October 5th. There's also talk of programming the Interrogator with The Undertaker. Now, of course, the Interrogator is going to go on to be Kurgan. The first Kane versus Undertaker match won't be for a long time, as they're going to slowly build the feud where Undertaker won't wrestle him until forced into it, basically. Do you remember that being the case, that you guys were originally sort of targeting a September debut, but maybe Kane wasn't ready, the outfit wasn't ready, or what changed that, or was that all just fake Meltzer bullshit?
That's fake Meltzer bullshit. And we always planned on having the first time they wrestled at WrestleMania.
But I'm saying that the debut was always supposed to be October and never September.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Something I've wanted to talk about for a while now. Meltzer reports in the September 22nd Observer. Probably the biggest news of the past week revolved around Shawn Michaels' behavior at the Raw taping on September 9th in Indiana. Neither Vince McMahon nor Undertaker were at the taping, and Michaels did an interview where he came out in tight biker shorts with a sock or socks stuffed in his crotch for whatever reason, and proceeded to make very lewd gyrations, like acting as if he was humping Jim Ross, swearing during his interview, and called out The Undertaker, who was on tape on the video wall. Everything was able to be edited off the show, and if you didn't know about the incident, you wouldn't know, as the interview was heavily edited. Since Undertaker wasn't there, but since he was on a tape on the wall, people thought he was there. When Michaels kept insulting him, calling him a big chicken shit, and begging him to come out, and calling him more names, and he didn't come out, it made The Undertaker look bad in the city, not to mention it being totally unprofessional. Whether Michaels was doing it in another attempt to get fired so he could go to WCW, or he had other ideas up his sleeve, it's definitely brought a lot more negativity on him in a lot of circles. We've talked about this incident before, but let's go over it again. What do you remember about the incident? What was Undertaker's reaction? What was Vince's reaction? Were you there? What did JR think? Chat me up.
I was there. I was definitely there, and I was at Gorilla, and I didn't see that he had stuck a sock or whatever he did in his shorts. I usually don't try and inspect people's crotches before they go out, but it wasn't as it was laid out to him, and felt that Shawn was taking a lot of liberties, and it was unprofessional. Vince was pissed when he saw it, and livid, called Shawn and went over it. But the funny thing about that is, probably 3-4 weeks later, or maybe even a couple weeks later, Vince would go back to that and point out that night and go, God damn, what he's doing right there, that's attitude. That's attitude. We need more people with attitude. And was praising it. So he would flip-flop on it, but overall, the impression was that it was unprofessional and just not cool. And I think, Shawn knew it was taped and knew that we would edit it, and was going out and seeing how much he could get away with. And Vince wasn't there to reprimand him that night, so he was running roughshod.
On September 20th in 1997, you guys did a pay-per-view called One Night Only in Birmingham, England. And on the show was a really good match. It's The Undertaker and Bret Hart for the world title. They go about 28 minutes, and Bret gets the win by DQ. Pretty fun match here that not a lot of people have seen, but I do believe it's on the network. Were you at this show?
Yes, sir.
This is where you talk about it? You gonna give me anything?
Well, no, without a doubt. It was an excellent match, and it was something that we had done for the United Kingdom when Sky Sports was starting their pay-per-view division. We wanted to go over and see just how much we could do only for the UK, and we knew that we could then take that footage and DVDs or CDs, whatever the hell they were at that time that was big. I don't think video cassettes were a thing anymore at that point, but that we could then utilize that footage back over with a release worldwide. But it was an experiment to see how we would do for UK only, and then we decided, what the hell are we doing? If we're going to spend all this money to come over here and do TV and do all of this, why in the hell aren't we doing, if you're going to do a pay-per-view, do a pay-per-view and do it worldwide. So it's an experiment.
This takes us to the famous Raw, September 22nd from Madison Square Garden. It's where Austin stuns Vince for the first time. We see the debut of Cactus Jack, and behind the scenes, it's where Vince tells Bret, can't afford you, pal. Undertaker does an interview here, though, and Shawn Michaels comes out on the ramp and cuts a promo. And later, Michaels does an interview and calls out the Undertaker, almost spoofing what he did the prior week, saying he knows he's here this week. And Undertaker comes out, Helmsley runs out, and the two destroy Taker with a chair with the help of Rick Rude. Finally, when he gets up, everybody scatters. And later in the show, we see the Undertaker come out during a Bret Hart match with Goldust, and Undertaker cleans house with Shawn Michaels, Hunter, Rude, Chyna. They're all leaving. And Taker choke slams both Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart at the same time as the show goes off the air. The following week, we're in Albany, New York, and Undertaker's working with Helmsley for a DQ here. Lots of interference. Vader, Patriot, Bret, Bulldog. Lots of weird stuff here as we head towards Bad Blood on October 5th in St. Louis. We've covered this show in long form, youtube.com/something to wrestle. You know the deal. But in the match, it's a 5-star classic, one of the best matches in wrestling history. If you haven't seen that Hell in a Cell, you owe it to yourself to go check it out. It's Bad Blood, 1997, the very first Hell in a Cell, but maybe your favorite part is not the actual match, but the Gaga, when we finally see the debut of Kane. And I know we've covered it before, but can we get your Vince McMahon for the Kane introduction?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's Kane. It's gotta be Kane.
Amen.
It's Kane.
Of course, the gimmick is Glenn Jacobs, according to Meltzer. This is Glenn Jacobs on stilts. Actually lifts in his boots to make him appear to be 6'10". He is wearing lifts. He comes in, rips the cage door off. There's supposed to be the big fire spot. He's trying to find the hard camera. The mask moves. He eventually just decides, okay, I'll drop him here. Tombstones Undertaker, drags Shawn's hand over the top. Boom. Shawn wins the world. Shawn doesn't win the world title, but he wins the main event in this Hell in a Cell, and he's bleeding like a stuck pig. When he comes back through the curtain, this seems like an all-around home run for everybody involved, is it not?
Yes, definitely. You know, I know we joke about top 5 matches, but this is definitely in the top 5 matches of Undertaker matches.
No doubt. October 10th in Sumo Hall. This is something that's on the internet. I can't tell you where because they'll take it down, but let me just say, throw it in your Google machine. It's in Tokyo, and Undertaker pins Jinsei Shinzaki, who for this match wore his old WWF gear and worked as Hakushi. Of course, the Undertaker gets the win in 12 minutes and 8 seconds, and then puts him in a coffin after he finishes him with a tombstone. So since they had Shinzaki come to the U.S., he was Hakushi over here. So he's Hakushi there. And the gimmick is they dug up Hakushi from the grave since Hakushi had been buried since he left the WWF. So Hakushi came to the ring in a casket, and when they opened it, it was as if Hakushi was raised from the dead. And then the bell rang to start the match, and he's like got dirt on him and everything, right, Bruce?
It was awesome. Yeah, he was filthy. Like they dug him up out of the dirt and they dumped him in the ring, and he laid lifeless in the ring, like as Pat Patterson would say, like a douchebag. And then when the bell rang, he came to life, and it was, you know, the dead man versus the dead man.
And he had an interesting manager that night, did he not?
The Undertaker?
Yep.
Greatest manager of all time, Bruce Love. That's what I think one of the magazines put it as, or one of the newspapers. Didn't call me Brother Love, didn't call me Bruce Pritchard, it was Bruce Love.
So smarten me up. Why do you sort of step in here as a manager for the Undertaker here? You haven't managed the Undertaker since he debuted, and you were Brother Love, but here you're not in gimmick, you're just Bruce Pritchard, but you're managing the Undertaker. What's up with that?
I wanted to go to the ring in Sumo Hall and manage the Undertaker. It's that simple. You know, we were there, and you know, I'm in Japan. We're in Sumo Hall. It's cool as shit. And I had never worked in Japan. So Taker's like, well, shit, just come on out and manage me. Just come to the ring with me. And people knew me, as Bruce Pritchard, the WWF executive. But so I went out, representing Undertaker. And it made sense to them. But really, I did it just because I wanted to go. I wanted to work in front of a Japanese crowd. I wanted to feel it. I wanted to be out there.
On October 20th, Undertaker does an interview saying he would never wrestle his brother Kane. And this feels very familiar to the Bret Owen feud in 94. What would Vince say about that?
God damn, brothers don't fight.
On November 3rd, they're doing a Raw that sells out and sets a record for the city in Hershey, Pennsylvania. But Taker is not on the show, but he is working in a dark match. Let's fast forward. We see Toronto and Detroit on November 7th and 8th. I'm going to mention this one because the Detroit match has Bret's last match before the Survivor Series, and it's Taker, Austin, and Mankind beating Bret, Bulldog, and Neidhart. Of course, Survivor Series 97 goes down on Montreal 9th. Undertaker was not on the card that night. Why is that?
Because it was logical for him to work with Kane, and after the whole Hell in a Cell match, there wasn't a logical match for him to have. So we were waiting till TV, and again, didn't want the same guys to be on the pay-per-view each and every month. You try to juggle it. You try to give a little time in between, let people breathe a little bit, especially with an attraction like Taker.
The next night on Raw in Ottawa, Taker and Kama wrestled to a no contest. And Meltzer says in the newsletter that Taker pinned Shawn to alleviate internal pressure because of all the controversy about Shawn not doing jobs. And he's referencing a tag match at Madison Square Garden where it's Austin and Taker beating Shawn Michaels and Triple H. And normally it would be Triple H who takes the fall there, but instead here, Shawn Michaels is the person who loses the pin. After the match, Austin used the stunner on Chyna, and fans bombard the ring with debris. A combination of the heat because of how well DX was doing, and maybe debris from fans who were mad about the Bret Hart situation. Do you remember this Madison Square Garden house show?
Sure. Definitely. And the reason that you beat Shawn Michaels in that instant is here you've got a guy who's the champion. You're in a tag match. If you're going to beat somebody, why not beat the champion if you can? You're going to beat the guy that means more. That's the reason that you had to beat Shawn Michaels. And it also gives Taker a win back from, the whole Shawn stuff with the Hell in a Cell and everything else.
Hunter is losing.
Leave him happy.
Hunter's losing casket matches all around the loop to Undertaker here. And we're going to get to In Your House DX. It goes down on December 7th. We've covered this one before on our Jeff Jarrett episode, but Jeff Jarrett would beat The Undertaker by DQ in 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Meltzer did not like it, gave it a dud rating. And obviously the situation here is Kane is out and he's showing up with Uncle Paul, and Jarrett tells Kane to destroy Taker. So Kane chokeslams Jarrett, which means Jarrett wins by DQ. We've talked about this briefly on the Jarrett episode. We're just advancing the storyline here though for Kane, are we not?
Yeah. And it was during the time that is Kane and Taker together, or do they hate each other? Which one is it? And you wanted to create doubt. So that was the story that we're trying to tell here as well. Not only Taker doesn't want to fight his brother, but maybe his brother doesn't want to fight him now that they've seen each other face to face.
Undertaker's not on Raw the next night, but he does work against the Sultan before they go live. And then in a dark match after the show, tagging with LOD, and Austin, and they would beat the Nation of Domination. So they're trying to make the live crowds happy, but keep him off TV when they can. Taker starts winning casket matches against The Rock in mid-December. So that tells you what they're seeing in The Rock already here. But he is maybe suffering from some blood pressure incidents, and we haven't really talked about this much, but I know we've touched on it briefly. Did The Undertaker struggle with blood pressure, or was it only here in 97 where some athletic commissions limited him?
I've only heard about that. Here's probably one night that some athletic commission said, hey, your blood pressure's high. I've never heard about him having any blood pressure issues at all.
On the December 15th Raw, Undertaker does an interview and Kane comes out and slaps him a few times and Undertaker wouldn't hit him back. So Kane walks off and we're advancing the show here. A week later, as we're winding up 1997 here, on December 22nd, The Undertaker would wrestle The Rock. Taker hit Rock with a tombstone. The lights go out. Here comes Bear and Kane. And Bear is trying to talk Taker into fighting Kane, but Taker will not fight Kane, even when Kane backs him down into the corner. Taker considers firing off a shot, but does not. And that's the closest he's come to hitting him. Lots of shots right after Christmas. I guess this has always been something you guys tried to do. The day after Christmas, you guys work a double shot, one in Chicago and one in Milwaukee. And as we start to finish the year on December 29th, we're at Nassau Coliseum. And again, we're doing a sellout and setting an all-time record for the gate for any Raw taping ever, $271,388. And the Disciples of Apocalypse, Flash Funk, Scott Taylor, and the Headbangers were all in the ring to destroy Kane when The Undertaker makes the save, fighting side by side with Kane until they clear the ring and have another stare down, and The Undertaker walks away. And there's noticeable boos here. But this is telling a great story that he doesn't want to fight him, and he won't fight him back, but he's not going to let anybody else beat him up. Great writing here.
I liked it. Yeah, it just, people think you're going to go one direction and you take them somewhere else. And just when they think it's going to explode, it doesn't. And it's that roller coaster ride where you never know what the hell's around the next corner. And that's what we're trying to do to this. And also lengthen it so that we could get to WrestleMania.
Before we get into some live show announcements and some questions for The Undertaker, Bruce, where would you rate this 95, 96, 97 run overall for The Undertaker's career?
Well, 95, not so good, but 96 and 97, that was a lot of fun. And for me, I'm partial to 97, 98 with all the Kane stuff and the storyline and just getting deep into that character. So, it was some damn good years. A lot of fun for The Undertaker, and it was growth time for that character, giving him a lot more dimension and seeing him do a lot more shit in his matches.
Bruce, you ready to get to some questions about The Undertaker?
Go for it.
Rapid fire here. Sean Crow wants to know, who decided for him to stop using the body bag at the end of the matches?
When he turned babyface, that was a heel move.
Josh Scott wants to know, who was the bigger boss backstage, Andre or Undertaker?
Andre's boss.
I like it. John Marsh wants to know, how did Taker do all those tombstone pile drivers, especially on people like Vader, without killing his kneecaps?
Very carefully. He's a strong son of a bitch.
I'm not mad at it.
He being Taker.
Here's another one. This is a good one. Joe wants to know, after Bear turned on Undertaker, was there any thought to bringing back Brother Love as his manager?
Yes.
Really?
And it would have been a different Brother Love, and there was actually thought of bringing Bruce in with auburn hair.
Did you just refer to yourself as Bruce?
Yeah.
Okay. Barry wants to know, what was Undertaker's first thought when he found out he would get a brother? Was he excited to have a brother?
He was, at first, he was a little worried because anytime that anybody gives their name to somebody else, there's always a fear of, okay, what kind of guy is he? Is he going to, is this a good marriage or not? But he got to know Glenn and that feeling went away.
Martin wants to know, any stories of Taker and Vince getting into an argument or funny stories between the two?
Not an argument, but one night in New York after a dinner, governor's something dinner in Manhattan, they got into a little wrestling match down on Times Square, which was a lot of fun.
Vince wants to know,
who's going to break that one up? Not me, not it.
Vince wants to know why Glenn Jacobs was someone else considered to portray Undertaker's brother.
Glenn was thought of because we were thinking about hiding the face, and it was all kind of circumstance, and it was coincidence that Glenn was doing the Unabomber thing, We were looking for something for Glenn to do. He had the size, and just it was a perfect storm. Everything added up, and he got the nod.
Jamie wants to know, how did Undertaker and Bearer feel about splitting up after 6 years together?
Very sad. They were both sad. That was a tough one to break up, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Tom wants to know, why did the Undertaker switch from gray to purple gloves?
A new look, just changing it up, give him a splash of color.
Jay wants to know, why did Undertaker stop doing his sit-up gimmick all through the matches like he did in 91 to 94?
He still did it.
I think he means not as much.
Oh, well, because it was too much. The less you do it, the more it means.
Andrew wants to know, at what point did Undertaker become the locker room leader, and was he vocal in his leadership, or is it more based on his seniority and respect amongst his peers?
Well, it was based on his respect amongst the guys in the locker room, and I would say mid-90s.
Corey wants to know, was there anyone who didn't like or respect the Undertaker in the locker room or office?
No.
Lawrence wants to know, is there any heat between the Bone Street Krew and the Clique, with the Undertaker being the leader of both the locker room and the BSK? Did any of the Clique feel like Taker himself was a politicker?
No, I don't think that they ever had any problems.
Great question here from Gilbert. Made me laugh when I read it. What's up with the teardrop? What's Taker so sad about?
I hated it. It was like a biker thing. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was supposed to like symbolize
You killed a guy.
when he went away in death or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And buried. And I just hated it.
Prisoners know. Eric wants to know, why was there just one Diesel versus Taker match? And why not do the cage match in April and then the casket match in May of 96 to give them a longer, proper feud?
Didn't want to invest in it. We had the one match at WrestleMania, and if Diesel's not going to be there, didn't want to invest anymore.
James wants to know, any stories during this era about wrestler court with Taker as judge?
I'm sure there's a lot. I didn't go to a whole lot of wrestlers' court, so nothing, really that I remember, but it was always best to bring a bottle of Jack for the judge.
Dave wants to know, is there any one specific incident that made people go, don't fuck with that dude?
Did there really need to be an incident? Would you want to fuck with him?
Well, I think the question is more of, how did he get to become the godfather, so to speak, in the locker room?
I just think by being that steady guy that was always there, and I don't know anybody would ever want to test him.
Thomas wants to know, what were the Undertaker's thoughts on the curtain call?
Not happy about it. Didn't like it. I don't know any of the old timers that were happy about the curtain call.
Daniel wants to know, do you remember any notable time when the Undertaker fought a creative decision with you or Vince and just put his foot down, not wanting to do something?
There were probably some WrestleMania opponents, but it wasn't like he put his foot down, but you would go through the roster and go, okay, we're coming to WrestleMania. And if we didn't have a specific story, start throwing names at him and like, nope. Maybe. Yeah. What about this guy? But he was never adamant. If Vince would go to him and say, here's what I'd like to do, he would listen, he would give his input, and then he would do what Vince wanted to do. But he was never one to say, I'm not working with that guy, I'm not doing that. He would go, okay, what do you need out of it? He would, if he had concerns, he'd give you his concerns, but never adamant, no, I'm not working with him. Never.
Kyle wants to know, don't know if this has been asked before, but was the plan always to have him be undefeated at Mania? And if not, when did that come about?
It just happened. And you know what? I think it was Michael Hayes who picked up on the streak. I don't even think we had given it that much. We really didn't. It just was a happy coincidence. And Michael one night was sitting there going, well, Undertaker's never lost at WrestleMania. Like, well, that's pretty cool. So let's capitalize on that and build on it. but it was not planned from day one. Undertaker will never lose at WrestleMania. Shit just happens sometimes.
Jack wants to know, what was Vince's thoughts on Undertaker's tattoos? I've heard rumors that the talent need permission to get tattoos, or was this a case of Undertaker having enough stroke to just do what he wants?
Well, before and the reason that the office needs to know if you're getting tattoos or any changes is because for like action figures or posters or stuff, marketing material that they already have sent out. And if they've got a new action figure coming out and you look one way and you change your look completely, then that kind of blows the action figure at the time. But when Taker came in, I'll never forget his first tattoo. I told him he had ruined himself and just killed, goddamn, you're not going to have a future doing that kind of shit. Don't be marking yourself up like that. So you tell me who was right there.
Tom wants to know, did Bruce ever hang with the BSK? Any wild drinking stories?
Undertaker and I hung quite a bit. And as far as the whole BSK guy, all those guys together from time to time, if we were all out together, enjoyed having a drink with the Godfather, loved Savio Vega and Henry Godwin and those guys. Can't say that they ever all went out as a group and I was part of the group, but I have had many enjoyable evenings with the Undertaker and drank some serious alcohol with him throughout the days.
Jeremy Marks wants to know, since there were a lot of characters created to feud primarily with the Undertaker, were there any nixed characters we haven't heard of, and how close were they to seeing the light of day?
One I had was Amish Roadkill, to bring him in as just an old school ass kicker, is a one-off for the Undertaker. That never saw the light of day. That's the only one off the top of my head that I can remember. I'm sure there's more, but that was one that you look back and go, ew.
Rob wants to know, any wrestlers ever have any hesitation about taking the tombstone? Was Taker that trusted as a safe worker?
Yes, he was. In the very first tombstone that he gave was to Coco Ware, and Coco did complain, and Coco felt that he had dropped him on his head. But that's the only one that I ever remember. And Taker had a reputation that even when Vince outlawed the pile driver, that there were times he would allow Taker to do the tombstone. I completely trusted him.
Carl wants to know, and this is our last one, how did Undertaker feel about being video motion captured for the WrestleMania and In Your House video games? There's some famous pictures that leaked out years ago about this. What did Undertaker think about the motion capture deal? Was this something he was for? Was there any concern that this footage might get out when you guys were trying to sort of keep it hush hush?
No, I mean, it's just another day at the office. You got to do it you want to be in the video game. So it's ends to a means. No, there was never, I don't know how he felt about it. He was happy to be in the games.
Back in those days, in the In Your House and WrestleMania video game era, how significant was the money for one of the performers? Because this is when they had limited rosters. So it feels like if you were a WWF fan, you were going to buy the game, but maybe instead of chopping it up 60 ways, it's to like 8 dudes.
Technology wasn't what it is today either. So they could only do so much, and it was expensive to do all that, do that motion capture, and the more characters was the more cost of the game. So that was just something to do with the games and being able to keep costs down. And if we could have had everybody on the game and have the options that they have today, yeah, that would have been great.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking how big of a potential windfall was it if you were one of those chosen guys?
Well, it's great. I mean, because you're getting royalty, so it's always good to be on shit, no matter what it is.
And we are off the shit because we are done in this marathon Undertaker episode 95, 96, 97.
And there it is, 4+ hours from Conrad and Bruce on The Undertaker from these groundbreaking years, 95 through 97. Again, check out the show next week. It'll be brand new content from Bruce and Conrad, all things Undertaker 1999. Thank you for joining us for this week's show. We'll see you again next week on Something to Wrestle. Bruce Pritchard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell so you get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And go save yourself some money right now. If you're in a 30-year loan or you have credit card debt, it's not a matter of if I can save you money. It's a matter of how much. Find out right now for free at SaveWithConrad.com.